Scott had nothing to do with it.
Okay. I would like to call to order the Avalon City Council meeting of May 20th. And if we would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. And Joe, would you be so kind as to lead us in the pledge today?
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Rhonda Kalish of Choices will be leading us in the invocation.
One of my favorite scriptures I wanted to share tonight, and it says, "Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is then that there is a blessing when people dwell together." So Lord, we pray humbly and stand before you tonight asking for your supreme guidance and wisdom, and that a spirit of unity would be renewed within our hearts and in our lives and our community. Help us to grow together in unity and in wisdom. I pray for our mayor and for the various levels of officials, and this particularly for this assembly council today. I'm asking that you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, confidence in what is good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony even when there is an honest disagreement, personal peace in their lives, and joy in their tasks. I pray for the agenda set before them tonight. Please give an assurance of what would be pleasing to you and what would benefit those who live and work in our lovely city of Avalon tonight. Amen.
Thank you. That was lovely. Thank you. And roll call, Denise?
Councilmember Cassidy.
Present.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Sampson.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Olson.
Present.
And Mayor Marshall.
Here. Okay, and tonight we're going to have a public finance study session. And would you like to start it off, Ben? Did you want to say a few words?
Sure, Mayor. So as we discussed, I think probably a couple months back initially, we wanted to bring the council a subject matter expert to talk about the world of public finance and as it relates to the city of Avalon and our needs. We know that we're a big, little, small city with pressing infrastructure demands, among other concerns. And so we wanted to have a study session where somebody like Mr. Warren Divin that's here tonight could come to you and say, here are the types of challenges that you may face. Here are some options that you have to consider so that you can start working on some long-term solutions to reach the type of solvency that I think we're all hoping to achieve.
Excellent.
Now, let me just do an introduction. Warren is a partner with Best & Krieger. He's been practicing public law and public finance for 33 years. For the last 26 years, he's concentrated on public finance issues almost exclusively. He does have city attorney background. He was city attorney for the cities of San Marcos and Solano Beach. Warren and I met probably 15 years ago when he was doing the bond work for La Cañada's sewer infrastructure project, and I was the attorney who was working on the construction aspect of that, and Warren was one of the reasons why I was very, very happy to move to Best & Krieger about 7 years ago. So without further ado, Warren will talk to you about everything finance.
Thank you. I'm glad that Scott was talking from an older bio. So I was thinking as I was sitting here, when I first started to work in the city attorney's office in Oceanside, that was my first job, we were still using mimeographs, and Xerox was just coming into being. So, but we're here to talk about public finance tonight and not general city legal issues. And I thought the best way to get it started would be to give you an overview of what I'd like to talk about, and we'll see if this will work for that. Okay, so we're going to talk first a little bit about the improvements to be financed. And I've worked from the city's sewer financing plan. And I'm gonna concentrate on those improvements tonight for this presentation, but knowing that there could be other types of public improvements which during the course of your careers on the city council, you may want to have the city finance. Then we're going to talk about the general methods for paying for public improvements by a city. And we'll talk about some of the legal limitations that you're faced with in financing those improvements, particularly as a city. And then we'll talk about the appropriate financing methods, just my recommendations that you might want to take a look at, and we'll spend a little time on each of those. And then we'll talk about the financing team. The City Council is certainly the leader of that team, but there are a number of others, generally outsiders, that come in and help you put a financing package together, and I'll talk about the roles of each of those and how they fit into your team. And then finally we'll talk about the methods of selling bonds, if you want to issue bonds, or other types of obligations. So I don't know that we'll get through all of it tonight, but I've already told Ben that I'd be happy to come back over. I've only been on the island twice, but I've never been to Avalon. My daughter was in Indian Princesses when she was growing up, and so we spent a couple weekends at the YMCA camp on the other end of the island. Had a great time, but never had the opportunity to get here. So I'm glad I can do this presentation and finally get to Avalon.
Welcome.
Thanks. And I will tell you that I did most of the work on this PowerPoint, so it may not work like most PowerPoints you're used to seeing. So, as I mentioned before, I looked at the city's sewer collection system capital improvement and 10-year financial plan to give me some background on at least this part of the capital needs that the city has. And looking at those, the pump station improvements, pipeline construction, pipeline rehabilitation, those are all types of public improvements that generally can be financed through a public financing mechanism if you decide to adopt one of those. On the other hand, the CCTV and the cleaning and then the lateral inspections may or may not be able to be financed because they're not really public improvements, but if they're an integral part of a larger improvement project, then perhaps they can be incorporated into that. So those may be things that the city may have to fund on a pay-as-you-go basis. So the general methods of paying for public improvements, one is pay-as-you-go. You accumulate money until you're in a position to build the improvement that you want to build. That is the cheapest way in terms of the absolute dollars out the door, but in terms of the time value of money, if you have to wait for 5 or 10 years to build an improvement and pay for it in that way, it may not be the most cost-effective way for you to do it. And in addition, when you have a cease and desist order, you may not have the luxury of waiting until you've accumulated the money in order to build the improvements. And you also have to worry on a pay-as-you-go basis about whether inflation is going to eat into the money that you put together. And just one thing I thought I would mention, I'll be happy to take questions as we go, so feel free to interrupt me anytime, and we can talk about questions as they come up. The second method of financing is grants. In the sewer document, that it identified a number of different types of grants that you can get. The State Water Resources Control Board has a number of grants. USDA has a number of grants. That's money where you might have a matching obligation to it, but it's not money that you have to finance. And so that would certainly be one recommendation for you to take a look at in coming up with an overall financing plan for the sewer improvements that you need to put together. I will tell you, however, that grants do take a considerable amount of time, both to put the applications together, to go through the approval process, and of course, there's no guarantee at the end of the day that your project would necessarily be selected, but it is, to a certain extent, free money compared to financing, and so something that you might want to think about. And then indebtedness. When we talk about indebtedness, we talk about public financing. Those will be the methods that I'll talk about with you. But financing can also be provided through loans from other public agencies. The State Water Resources Control Board has a loan program that would be available to the city for the type of improvements that you're talking about here. You can get some of the lowest interest rates available by using a State Water Resources Control Board loan, and would certainly encourage you to take a look at those. In fact, most of the clients that I've worked with in going through that process have been forced into that process because they have been the victim of a cease and desist order. So you also, I think, get better attention from the State Water Resources Control Board when you are subject to a cease and desist order. Or you could have also USDA has some loan programs that also have very low interest rates that you may want to take a look at as part of your overall financing plan. And in all likelihood, you'll end up with a combination of some pay-as-you-go, some public financing, hopefully some grants or loans from one of those agencies.
And those are the only two agencies for like the sewer stuff?
Not necessarily.
Oh,
Those
no.
are the two that I'm most familiar with,
Okay.
and there may be others out there.
Okay.
I think the engineer who did your report, RBF, probably would have a more comprehensive list of agencies that might be available to provide those types of loans to you.
Okay, thank you.
But those are two of the biggest and most commonly recognized. So wanted to talk a little bit about legal limitations that you need to take into consideration when you're thinking about adopting a particular type of public financing. The first limitation is the debt limit. It doesn't apply to all public agencies, but it does apply to cities and counties and school districts. And the California Constitution says that if a city wants to incur an indebtedness in a given fiscal year, it has to repay that indebtedness out of revenues from the same fiscal year unless it has gone to the voters and 2/3 of the voters have approved that indebtedness. So that really puts a kind of a crimp in your ability to, say, go to the local bank and ask to take out a long-term loan. There are ways around that, around this limitation, but it does hinder your ability to finance indebtedness without bumping up against the debt limit. So as I mentioned, there are exceptions. There's a lease exception in which you have to meet the following requirements. And let me explain how that generally works. The city can, through a lease-back mechanism, lease some of its property, generally to a third-party nonprofit public benefit corporation, and then have that property leased back to the city. And then a financial institution would actually purchase the right to receive those lease payments from the city and give the city capital in return for that. So the financial institution, in receiving the lease payments, there's an interest component to it and a principal component, and that's how they make their money. But in order to use that type of financing and to be able to take advantage of that exception to the debt limit, city has to have the beneficial use and occupancy of the property. So for example, if the city wanted to use a lease financing to build a new city hall, you wouldn't have the beneficial use and occupancy of that property until the city hall were constructed. So you would have to actually capitalize some interest on that type of a financing during the construction period, and then you could only start making the lease payments after you've gone through the construction of the facility. If the beneficial use and occupancy of the facility that you're financing is interrupted, the lease payments have to be abated during that period of time. And that is one of the drawbacks from an investor's point of view of using this type of financing. And then you're not able to accelerate the future rent due in the event of failure. If the city fails to pay the rent on the lease, the investors can't accelerate that obligation. They would have to either bring an action against the city to collect that money, or they could theoretically take possession of the property and use it for other purposes and then retrieve the lease payments off of that.
So
When I say theoretically, I'm not aware of any lease financing where the investor has ended up coming in and actually physically taking over the
So, I mean,
facility.
it is making an assessment of, for example, we own a city hall, we own a lovely city warehouse, we own a pier, so we could say, well, that pier is worth, I mean, play me a little silly scenario.
Sure. So let's say we wanted to fund some sewer improvements
Okay.
to check off a few of your obligations under your sewer plan. We could do a lease-back financing where we would use the city hall as the leasehold interest, and it's called, and then you could take the money that you get from the investors and you can use it to fund the sewer improvements. So you don't have to be using the money to fund the asset that is the subject of the lease transaction or your pier. Now, generally speaking, the investors are looking for assets that are really important to you. So in Avalon, I'm not sure which would be more important, City Hall or the pier, because okay. but they're going to be looking for an important asset. A park is generally not considered an asset that investors would be really thrilled about financing.
Do they hope we fail then so they can get that pier?
No, because they don't end up owning it. They might be able to hold it for the remaining term of the lease, but you always hold title to the property.
Because they're getting the lease money.
They're getting the lease money,
Okay,
right.
Thank you.
And the purpose of this is to avoid the 2/3 voter approval.
That's right, yes. Because of the fact that you're making, the lease payments you're making are only for the use of the property during each particular year, you're not violating the debt limit by doing that.
But you still have to come with money to make the lease payments.
Yes. In all of these examples that I give you, and a number of them are intended to provide you with money to make the payments on the indebtedness that's involved. But at the end of the day, you either have to use a mechanism that both raises the revenues and provides for the issuance of the debt, or you have to come up with the revenues another way.
Okay, I follow you. Thanks.
Okay. There's another exception to the constitutional debt limit that is more applicable to a situation where you're funding sewer improvements, and that's the special fund doctrine. The debt limit really only applies to a situation where you want to finance an improvement from your general fund. If you have an enterprise fund like your sewer fund, that use of that fund to repay an indebtedness is not subject to the debt limitation. So you can do a lease financing or an installment sale financing that we'll talk about later, and use your sewer fund revenues and not bump your head against the constitutional debt limitation. But there are a couple of characteristics that have to be involved in that. First of all, the indebtedness being incurred is to finance an asset that's part of the project or system. So if you wanted to repair your pier and you wanted to use sewer revenues from that, that wouldn't apply. The special fund doctrine would not apply in that situation. The revenue, if the revenues are inherently segregated, as yours are, your money goes into your sewer fund. They haven't been artificially segregated. So if you if you put all of your, well, one example might be your sales tax revenue. That goes into your general fund. If you wanted to try and set up a special fund by moving the special tax into a sales tax fund and calling that a separate fund, that wouldn't work because they're not inherently separated. And finally, in a situation where you do use a special fund and you don't have enough money in your sewer fund, for example, the city can't take money out of its general fund to keep the debt current. So if you violate any of those conditions, then the special fund doctrine won't apply. Proposition 13, at least I certainly remember Proposition 13 when it was passed. And that, of course, limits the property taxes generally to 1% in your ad valorem taxes. But there are a couple of exceptions to that, different ways that money can be raised to pay indebtedness. One is through special taxes under Proposition 13. It did provide that a city could levy a special tax that would be available to pay for specific improvements if you got a 2/3 vote of the population.
And those are typically for a specific time limit? As well, or?
They can be. You can levy a special tax for operational expenses as well as capital improvements, and those might be longer. But generally, if you're levying a special tax for the purpose of financing improvements, it's going to have a limited duration.
Okay.
Then assessments can be levied where those assessments are for special benefits to the property being assessed, and we'll go through that in greater detail in a few minutes. And then fees and charges for use of facility or service. For example, your sewer fees could be used in lieu of using your property taxes to pay for public improvements or finance public improvements. Proposition 218 was passed in 1996, a more recent part of the Jarvis list of initiatives. And an assessment it's a levy or a charge on real property. Do you have any landscape maintenance districts here in Avalon? Okay. So an assessment, it's a levy or a charge upon real property. It's not a tax. To pay for a capital improvement that's of special benefit to the property being assessed. So if we wanted to finance the installation of a sewer line that was going to benefit the properties that abutted that sewer line, we could levy an assessment and apportion the cost to those properties. That would be the special benefit to those properties. They would have the ability to connect to that sewer line and to be served by the sewer system as a result of that connection. And it would be perfectly appropriate to levy an assessment to do that. The assessments have to be proportional to the parcel's share of the special benefits. So if we're financing the installation of a sewer line that's going to serve 4 parcels, and the sewer line is going to cost $100,000, and each parcel is going to equally benefit from that, the assessment would have to be $25,000 for each of the parcels. If, on the other hand, you had 4 parcels and the 4th parcel was much further away from the first 3 parcels, and the line had to be extended to reach that 4th parcel, their general benefit may be higher than the others, and so you could have a higher assessment against that particular parcel.
And over how much time is that assessment made?
It varies. If you're, for example, for a project where you're financing a sewer line, that might be 10 to 15 years. But if you're financing a major major line or a pump station or an improvement with a longer life, you could go to 25 or perhaps even 30 years.
Okay.
The general benefits can't be funded by the assessments. An example of that might be if you wanted to levy assessments to finance improvements to a park. Well, it's difficult to determine how the real property of the property owners would be benefited from that park, particularly property owners who are on the other side of town. And people who come and visit the island also benefit from the existence of that park. So that's a general benefit to those folks, and you can't assess to the property owners in Avalon the general benefit that others would receive as part of an assessment financing. Publicly owned property also has to be assessed if it receives a special benefit. So in the situation where we were building that sewer line, if that sewer line went by City Hall and City Hall was going to be served by that sewer line, it would be necessary that the city actually pay an assessment or make a capital contribution equal to what their assessment would be. And you can't pass the cost to the city on to the other property owners who are part of the assessment.
But these are all mechanisms to recover money that you put out for like the sewer line.
Yes.
Over time.
Yep.
You still got to front the money for the capital improvement.
Well, yes, but this gives you the revenue source to finance the capital improvements. And we'll talk about that a little bit more when we talk about assessment districts.
And that would be similar to the pay-as-you-go where you collect the money? And
No, not really, because what you do, and when we get to an assessment district, we'll show you how that works. But actually, you issue, or the city could issue bonds secured by those assessments, and that way you could pay for the improvements now, and it would be like the property owners repaying a loan through the payment of their assessments.
Okay, got it.
Okay?
How the rest of you doing out there? You have any questions? We okay? All right.
They're enthralled, I'm sure. And finally, and we'll talk about this a little bit more, with the passage of Proposition 218 in 1996, the Constitution now imposes a requirement that in order for an assessment to be approved, you have to go through what's known as an assessment ballot process. It's not an election, but the Constitution calls it an assessment ballot procedure, and so everybody thinks it's an election, but it really isn't. So, finally, property-related fees and charges were also affected by Proposition 218. To impose a property-related fee or charge, and your sewer collection charges are a property-related fee or charge, and I don't know who was on the council before, but I think you've probably been through the Proposition 218 process here in Avalon as it relates to sewer fees. Not as onerous as an assessment district, but the revenues can't exceed the funds required to provide the service, so that what used to happen before Prop 218 was that cities would look to the sewer fund as a source of revenue to be put in its general fund. And Prop 218, one of the reasons that Prop 218 was put on the ballot was to stop that type of a tactic. The revenues can't be used for any purposes other than those for which this fee is being charged. So if you're levying a sewer collection fee, you can't use it to maintain the city's tennis courts. The amount of the fee or charge with respect to each parcel may not exceed the proportional share of the cost of the facilities to that particular parcel. So when you're doing a sewer fee increase, or when you're imposing a new sewer fee, what you generally do is you hire what's known as a rate consultant, and that rate consultant will put together a report for you that will help you satisfy all of these requirements. And then you'll hire our other partner who knows how to do these things much better than Scott and I do. No, I think Scott and I will be the two of the first to say that Kelly does a much better job at that. So the service also has to be used by or available to the property that's subject to the fee. So in the case where we use the assessment district to fund the installation of the sewer lines, now we're going to levy a sewer fee against the property owners for the use of the sewer. It has to be available to them, or they have to use it in order to allow us to impose that fee on them. If for some reason we don't allow them to hook up to the sewer for whatever reason, we can't charge them a sewer fee. I think that's probably intuitive, but and then when you're increasing or imposing a sewer fee, you do have to hold a public hearing, and you do have to provide notice to all of the property owners who would be subject to that fee. Now, you don't have to go through a ballot process like you do for an assessment, but if a majority of the properties that are to be subject to this fee, their owners file written protests of the imposition of the fee or the increase in the fee, then you've got to go back and start over. You can't increase or you can't establish the fee.
Are there statistics out there that kind of say, well, 90% of the time this kind of works, but you usually find that the public is opposed to these kinds of things? It's some more success than others?
Yeah, getting a majority protest to a fee is much more difficult than getting a majority protest to an assessment, because property owners, on an assessment, you have to send them a ballot, and then they automatically send that back, or they're more likely to send it back. So you're more likely to get a majority protest in an assessment proceeding than you are in an increase in a fee, because you have to send the property owners notice, but then the property owner has to take action. They have to either send a letter in, or they have to come to the public hearing and protest it. And if you're talking about a citywide sewer fee, it's less likely that you would get a majority of property owners who would be willing to do that.
And if you don't send in your no ballot, it counts as yes.
Yeah, in the assessment district.
Yeah, I had one in the assessment. I had one in Lake Arrowhead where it was they were highly organized via no vote. They took out ads. They gave out the ballots to all the stores. And at the end of the day, we had 30% say no, and 70% didn't respond, and so it passed. So the Prop 218 way of doing it has been very successful. I will also note the one thing here that may be applicable to Avalon is the immediately available exception or rule. If you have a parcel and it's empty, but someone owns it, and a sewer service is immediately available, I mean, once that parcel is occupied, they can connect right away. You can assess that parcel, even if it's empty. As long as it's ready to go, they can hook it up. You can charge them an assessment fee. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't have to actually be occupied. It just has to have the ability to connect in. Mm-hmm. So for new developments, once there's a parcel map and once the infrastructure is in, we can assess those parcels even if they're not connected, even if it's empty. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we did this in Lake Arrowhead. We had about 100 parcels that we had the lines ready, but the economy died. And so no one built on those, but we were able to assess those properties because had they built, they would have been able to connect to our sewer system.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
So I want to now turn to what we call appropriate or more likely public financing methods for the city to take a look at. There certainly are many other forms of public financing that we won't talk about tonight. Pension obligation bonds, housing bonds, that type of thing, but we want to focus on financing public improvements for Avalon, and so we're going to be limiting our review as to those types of public improvements. So first we want to talk about assessment bonds. And we talked a little bit about the assessment limitations that Proposition 218 impose on us. But the law in California would allow the city to establish what's known as an assessment district. That could be a local geographic area. For example, the situation that we talked about before, where we were just building a simple sewer line to serve the properties adjacent to it. What you would do is you would draw a line around those properties, and that would be designated as an assessment district. Here in Avalon, it might be a much larger assessment district, depending on what we're financing. If we're repairing the sewer lines that serve a larger portion of the city, you might get a large portion of the city that would be included in that assessment district. Now, the properties on the other end of the island, or the properties that aren't served by the sewer system, could not be included in the assessment district. And an assessment district it's a financing mechanism. It's called a district, but it's not a separate legal entity. It's a financing mechanism that you, the city council, would establish by going through assessment proceedings. And generally, in order to use an assessment district, you would need to retain an assessment engineer. Proposition 218 actually requires that a professional engineer be involved in the process. And the responsibilities of the assessment engineer are to identify the parcels that will receive a special benefit from the sewer improvements. So what the assessment engineer would do would be to look at the improvements that the city says, we'd like to finance these improvements. And the assessment engineer will look at the parcels that will be specially benefited by those improvements, and he'll identify those parcels, and that will establish the exterior boundaries of your assessment district. He'll establish the estimated costs and expenses of construction and the costs of providing for the bond financing for the improvements. And then he'll take a look at to determine if there's general benefit. As we talked before, if these sewer improvements we're putting in benefit public property, in all likelihood that would be considered, they would receive a special benefit, they would have to be assessed. If they provide benefit to a park, you might consider that to be of general benefit, and we would have to figure out another way to fund the cost of the facility that's allocable to the general benefit. And then the assessment engineer will apportion the cost pursuant to whether it's a special benefit or a general benefit. So the assessment engineer puts together this report. The city council, and that report is presented to the city council. City council would adopt a series of resolutions initiating the proceedings to consider the formation of that assessment district. They would approve a boundary map, a map showing that exterior line around the properties that are proposed to be assessed. They would approve a resolution of intention to establish an assessment district and to levy assessments within that assessment district. And they would describe in that resolution in general terms the improvements to be financed. And then they would preliminarily approve the assessment engineer's report in order to enable them to set a public hearing to enable the property owners within the assessment district to hear about the proposed assessment district and to consider whether or not they want to submit their assessment ballot in favor of the levy of the assessments. Once those preliminary resolutions are adopted, the city would send out notices to the property owners, notifying them of the proposed formation of the assessment district, providing them with the information that the property owner would need to make an informed decision on whether or not they are in favor of the levy of the assessment against their property. And you would send along with the notice ballot materials, a ballot that would enable the property owner to say, yes, I'm in favor of the assessment against my property, or no, I'm opposed to it, and an envelope within which they could return that to the city. At the night of the public hearing, property owners could appear and speak either in favor of or against the assessment district. Staff and the assessment engineer would generally provide a report to the city council and to the public regarding the proposed assessment district. And then at the close of the public hearing, the city would tabulate the assessment ballots that had been received up until that time. And the ballots are weighted. It's not a one-person, one-vote situation, but rather each property owner's ballot is equal to the amount of the assessment against his property. So in a situation where you have an assessment district and Scott's property is being assessed $10,000 and my property is being assessed $20,000, my vote is worth twice as much as Scott's vote. And so at the end of that,
It should be 4 times. That's what
at the end of the tabulation, if the ballots received as weighted, opposed to the levy of the assessment, exceed the ballots that have been received that are in favor of the levy of the assessment, you have what's known as a majority protest, and that's the end of the game. You can't, the city council would be precluded legally from moving forward and forming the assessment district. On the other hand, if the ballots received are in favor of the levy of the assessments, the city council would have the ability to form the assessment district and to levy the assessments against the property owners. Now, when the assessments are levied against the property owners, the city also records a notice of assessment in the county recorder's office. The recordation of that notice of assessment creates a lien against each of the properties that are assessed in the amount of the assessment that was levied against those properties. Then the way the city finances the construction of the improvements to be financed through the assessments is they levy what are known as limited obligation improvement bonds. Those are bonds of the city, but they are secured solely by the assessments levied against the property owners. And in the proceedings to form the assessment district, the cities generally say, we're not going to be obligated to advance any funds from our general fund in case there are delinquencies in the payment of the assessments by the property owners. And then those bonds are sold to investors who like to acquire what we call land-secured bonds in California. They've been around since 1911. And are very popular with many investors. And that would be how you would use an assessment district to fund these improvements. Now, there are a couple of, things you should be aware of in using an assessment district. Bond owners like to have a reserve fund established out of the proceeds of the bonds so that if there are delinquencies, they have a way of making sure that their payments are kept current, at least as long as there are monies in that reserve fund. And so the market, the municipal marketplace, will require you to have a reserve fund, and that will typically be 10% of the proceeds of the bonds. So you're actually levying an assessment that will be more than the actual cost of installing those improvements, but that's necessary in order for you to market the bonds. And the way that the property owners benefit from that is that in the final year of the term of the bonds, you go into the reserve fund and take the money out of the reserve fund and use it to pay that final year's debt service. And the assessments collected that year are reduced. Now, a property owner has the ability to prepay their assessment either before the bonds are issued or after the bonds are issued. And if they prepay the assessment before the bonds are issued, then they get a credit for their proportionate share of the reserve fund. So the amount they would have to prepay would be approximately 90% of the principal amount of their assessment, because we aren't having to fund a reserve fund for them. Another thing that prospective investors require is that the city covenant to initiate what we call judicial foreclosure proceedings if a property owner is delinquent in the payment of their assessments for too long a period of time. The assessments are collected on the tax roll along with your property taxes, and the normal way in which delinquencies in the payment of taxes are collected is that they are delinquent for 5 years, and then the county has the ability to sell the delinquent property at a tax sale. But investors in assessment bonds want the city to be taking action sooner than that. So they will require that you covenant to initiate judicial foreclosure proceedings, usually when a property owner is delinquent for more than a year in the payment of their assessments. Or if you run out of money in the reserve fund, they might require you to initiate judicial foreclosure proceedings regardless of how long a property owner has been delinquent.
Does the county join us in that?
No. Actually, what happens in that particular case is that you have to take the assessments that have been placed on the property tax bill off the property tax bill, and the responsibility for collecting those delinquent assessments rests solely with the city.
I'm sorry, so if they sold the house at auction or something, and, right, because they were delinquent and the house gets sold, and how do...
You would get to your sale before the county would get to its sale.
Oh, we're
You would be-
foreclosing
you
on
would be
these homes.
foreclosing,
We're in the
yeah.
foreclosure business
This is a
now.
judicial proceeding. The city would be required to actually file a lawsuit against the property to recover the delinquent assessments. So that's something that you, as members of the council, need to think about in using this this method. It's a good method of financing improvements, but in a small community like Avalon, having to foreclose against your neighbors might not be something that would be something that you would necessarily want to do. So next we're going to turn to special tax bonds. Remember, we talked about an exception to Proposition 13 that enables a city to levy a special tax if we can get 2/3 of the voters to vote in favor of that tax. The legislature, after Proposition 218 passed, enacted what's known as the Mello-Roos Community Facilities District Act of 1982. It's been used throughout California primarily to fund new infrastructure for vacant properties that are primarily owned by developers. And the reason that it's been used in those cases for the most part is because if you have less than 13 registered voters in a community facilities district, the vote is by the landowners rather than the registered voters. And so it was very popular for developers to do that when they were the sole property owner, and those special taxes were established before the homes are sold to residential homeowners. But in order to form a community facilities district, you designate a geographic area. Again, for Avalon, it probably would be the area. I don't know enough about Avalon's development to know whether there would be any areas that could be established as a community facilities district simply because there's a developer available. But that is something that that would be possible. But I think to do the sewer improvements that you need to finance, in all likelihood, you would have to use developed properties as part of your tax base for that. You would describe the facilities to be financed and then declare the intention to levy a special tax and issue bonds secured by that special tax. Now, the advantage of a community facilities district over an assessment district is that we don't have the special benefit requirement. The special tax, as long as it's reasonable, can perhaps finance the general benefit that could not be financed through an assessment district. So it's a little easier to work with. You don't end up with a big hole that has to be funded out of the general fund or some other fund in a community facilities district that you might in an assessment district. You also have to have a public hearing as part of the process to establish a community facilities district. And in that public hearing, there are two ways that a majority protest could be filed that would cause you to stop the proceedings. One would be where you had a protest by a majority of the registered voters residing within the boundaries of the proposed community facilities district. So somewhat similar to a majority protest in the assessment district scenario. The other would be if the owners of 1/2 of the land within the community facilities district filed written protest. That would also constitute a majority protest, and you would have to stop the proceedings if that happened. But assuming that you didn't get a majority protest either by the registered voters or by the landowners, you could form the community facilities district, and then you would issue bonds secured by the special taxes that could be levied against the property owners within the community facilities district. Again, a notice of special tax lien, like the notice of assessment, is recorded against the properties within the community facilities district. That establishes a special tax lien against those properties to secure the repayment of the special taxes. And like an assessment bond issue, investors are going to want you to establish a reserve fund equal to 10% of the bonds that you issue. And they're also going to want you to covenant to initiate judicial foreclosure proceedings if property owners are delinquent in the payment of special taxes. But these are two ways where the city, both the assessment district and the special tax bonds, where you can both generate the revenues necessary to pay the bonds and also issue the bonds pursuant to those proceedings. We're going to turn to general obligation bonds now. This is one way where a city can levy an ad valorem tax above the 1% debt limit, or the limit in Proposition 13. And a general obligation bond is really one of the simplest forms of bond security, and one of the forms of security that bond owners like the most. And the reason is that it's secured by a pledge of the full faith and credit of the city and a promise to levy ad valorem taxes in an amount necessary to pay the debt service on the general obligation bonds. So the county will actually put the taxes on the tax roll on behalf of the city, and the county will make sure that sufficient taxes are put on the roll to pay the debt service on the bonds. Because this is an unlimited ability to tax, a reserve fund may not be required, and you won't have to initiate judicial foreclosure proceedings if a property owner is delinquent in the payment of their taxes. The only remedy available would be to go through the 5-year tax sale that is available for the delinquency of any taxes. As a result of this pledge, and in order to be able to issue general obligation bonds, you have to go through a vote of the registered voters here in the city. You have 2/3 of the registered voters have to approve the bond authorization. And obviously that type of election does cost money, and the city would be charged by the registrar of voters to conduct that election. In the situation that we talked about where we're doing a special tax election for a community facilities district, in theory the city clerk could hold the election, but we would generally not recommend that because city clerk being a part of the of the city probably wouldn't have the credibility that the registrar of voters would have if they were conducting an election. But for a general obligation bond measure, the registrar of voters would have to conduct the election.
Does this also seem like a more timely solution as well? I mean, the other one with the assessment bonds, you need an engineer's report, and then I'm sure there's a fee for an engineer's report, and
There would. You're going to need to, you can probably be less exact in determining the principal amount of the bonds that you need here. As we talked about before, for an assessment district, the assessments have to be limited to the special benefit to the properties, and so the size of the bond issue is more finely established. You have to call the election at least 88 days before the election date, so there is some time period involved in doing that. It may not be as much as an assessment district or a community facilities district.
The one thing that we'll get to is you have to get the bonds rated when you go out, and in order to get them rated, you have to have audited financial statements. And so we can't even begin to go down the general obligation until we've got all the books in a row and all the auditor statements done, because they'll look to the general full faith of the city to see what the rating is, and if you don't have audited statements, no bond company is going to, you're going to get a very poor rating, which means the rates are going to be substantially higher.
Yeah.
The better rating you have, the lower the interest rate that you pay.
Now, there is a limitation on the city's bonding capacity when you're looking at general obligation bonds, and that is that the total amount of the bonds that you can issue can't exceed 3.75% of the assessed value of all the taxable property in the city.
you could give me an example of that.
Well, let's see, if the assessed value of all the property in the city was $100 million, you could issue $3,750,000 in general obligation bonds.
That's all we'd be able to go for?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
And I think you get the full assessed value of the property annually, probably from the county, so that's something that would be, you'd be able to take a look at. Then we have a lease or installment sale financing. We talked about the lease financing a little bit earlier. An installment sale financing is another way for the city to finance improvements, but they're not subject to abatement. So when we're doing an installment sale financing, we're pledging, for example, the sewer fund, an enterprise fund, to repay the indebtedness. And an installment sale financing really is a situation where the city establishes an obligation to finance certain improvements, and again, we look at a third-party nonprofit public benefit corporation. And many times it's a corporation that's actually established by the city, the board of directors of which is the city council, and it's just used to allow the city to set up an obligation to make installment payments on these improvements that we're financing. So you enter into an installment sale agreement with a third-party public benefit corporation. The installment payments that the city council would make are assigned by an assignment agreement from the corporation to an investor. And in return for the right to receive these installment payments, the investor gives the city a sum of money up front to finance the improvements that are being done. Now, this type of financing, if done in perhaps the $5 to $10 million range, can be done through what we call a private placement, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But that's a way of financing that you can avoid establishing the reserve fund, You can avoid some of the other costs of issuance that we'll talk about that would be incurred in an assessment district financing or a special tax financing or general obligation bond financing. Where you do a private placement, the investor takes all of the risk of doing the due diligence necessary to satisfy them to purchase the investment. Whereas in the other forms of financing, the city has an obligation to prepare a disclosure document known as an official statement, and that is an additional cost to the city in putting that type of financing together. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. When you're doing an installment sale financing, or you're doing a financing where you're using your sewer fund to finance, to repay the improvements, the investors are going to require certain covenants. And that one of the covenants is to require you to maintain rates and charges sufficient to generate what we call coverage. And it's normally in the range of 110 to 120% of the net revenues that you collect from your sewer fund. So if you take the gross revenues you receive from your sewer fund, and you deduct from that the operations and maintenance expenses that you incur on an annual basis, what's left over are the net revenues. And the net revenues would have to be equal to 110% of the debt service on the installment sale agreement, or as we'll talk in a couple of minutes, the revenue bonds that you would be issuing. And the investors take these covenants very seriously, and your ratings, if you get a rating using this type of a financing and you don't comply with your covenant to keep your rates and charges sufficient to generate the net revenues that you're required to do, you could lose your rating, or you could be downgraded. Now and you could have some investors who are not happy because the value of their investment has gone down. You also would be required to covenant to maintain the facilities that are being financed and to have insurance on those facilities. Generally, it doesn't require you to have insurance in greater amounts than you normally would, and you would just have to maintain the facilities to keep them in operating shape, which you normally would anyway. But you need to be aware that these are the kind of covenants that you might have to take a look at. And then there are revenue bonds, which are bonds that can be issued that are secured by enterprise revenues. The city could issue those bonds, but then you would have to issue them under the Revenue Bond Act of 1941, which again requires that you hold an election and that a majority of the property owners or the registered voters approve the levy of the issuance of the revenue bonds. You can use a joint powers authority to issue those bonds on your behalf. I don't know whether the city is a part of CSCDA or not. There are several joint powers authorities. Scott is actually the general counsel of one such joint powers authority that will issue bonds on your behalf that are secured by your sewer revenues, and they'll be used to, in essence, make up a loan or a lease or an installment purchase agreement from this joint powers authority to you to enable you to issue revenue bonds, which, for whatever reason, get slightly lower interest rates than a straight installment sale agreement or a lease financing transaction. These types of bonds are well received by investors because there's a lower bankruptcy risk to the bondholders. Bondholders are becoming increasingly aware of the existence of municipal bankruptcies. The bankruptcies in Stockton, San Bernardino, Detroit, and there's a major bankruptcy in Alabama. And in a number of those cases where there were bonds that were secured by the general fund of those agencies, the bond owners lost a lot of the value in their bonds. On the other hand, where there are bonds that have been issued that are secured by special revenues, like the sewer fund, those revenues have to be used to pay the debt service on the bonds, and they can't be used to offset the other city debts in the bankruptcy, and so that's why they're more readily accepted by investors. So those are the types of financing mechanisms that we think are probably most appropriate. I know you've got the regular city council meeting coming up at 6 o'clock. So we're going to get into the responsibilities and who are the members of the financing team and their responsibilities. So Ben, I don't know if this would be a good time to take a break and we can decide if we want to continue later tonight, or you want me to come back and we can go through the rest of this
Right.
at another time. So.
Yeah, I think, Mayor, as a recommendation at this point, see if there's any questions from the audience quickly before we take a break, so that we get a bio period before we start the next set.
Yeah, because we've talked about, again, the types of options available to the city, and the remaining part will be describing more of the nuts and bolts and how all the pieces fit together to achieve the type of financing selected by the city for these infrastructure improvements.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right.
great. This was a lot of information.
It is a lot of information, and so, as I
I'd be
told
time
Ben,
for it.
I'd be happy to come back and pick it up here at a later meeting and to give you time to digest what you've received tonight, and then we could also take other questions from you, or I know you have a long agenda tonight.
Yeah,
so.
it might also be nice, that way you could think about some of the questions, we could get those to Warren, he
Yeah.
could have a chance to.
Yeah.
Sure.
I like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, this is, are there any questions from the audience? No? Yeah.
Current bonds issued, current bonds outstanding, what are they rated?
The redevelopment bonds for the city are the only that I'm aware of.
I don't think they have ratings any longer. What happened was the rating agent, when redevelopment agencies were terminated by state law, the rating agencies withdrew their ratings on all of the redevelopment bonds. I don't remember what they were before then, but
And now the state, what happens is the state, we have the financing schedule for the bonds, and the state then cuts a check basically, and it's just passed through right back to the bondholders. So we don't really see that money. It's just kind of like a financing transaction where it just comes in and it goes out the next day, or even that very same day. The state does everything. We don't really control it anymore.
All those bond options you were discussing, do you tend to have to make them non-callable to
No.
interest?
no.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Yeah, say
Could
that
you
louder.
repeat that?
The question was whether they had to make them non-callable to.
Yeah. So non-callable means that they can't be paid off ahead of time, like you could if you wanted to refinance your home loan. For assessment districts and special tax bonds, those generally are callable anytime a property owner wants to prepay either their assessment or their special tax obligation. Now, there could be a prepayment premium associated with that, but typically those can be called on any interest payment date. For the first 5 years, there might be a 3% premium. For the next next years after that, it would step down to 0. In terms of optional call protection, meaning that if the city wanted to, I'm not sure that he said he normally would, but if the city wanted to refund the bonds at a later date, it's likely that there would be perhaps a 10-year call protection, and then the bonds could be redeemed on any date at par, which would allow refunding to be done. Same thing would apply to general obligation bonds. Sure.
Thank you. Well, I think we're going to take a little break, and we'll see you all back here at 6 o'clock.
You just want to go argue with that guy Marlon again about
And we're back.
Scots and their pride.
If we could all rise for a moment. At 4:30, we have the invocation and all of the good stuff. But now we would like to sing happy birthday to Denise Ratty. Thanks, Annie. You're welcome. So I don't know, I bet you have a nice voice. You want to lead us off?
No pressure.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday, dear Denise. Happy birthday to you.
She would rather be here to hear that than to be at home having a margarita or something.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have some, first of all, are there any announcements?
Yes, Mayor, I do have an announcement. It's kind of in line with the last act of singing. It might not be known to everybody, but Denise has a few special wishes that she's communicated that she'd like to see happen on her birthday. And so if I could, I'd like to make one of those wishes a reality. Try to top that.
Go ahead, Jen. Well, announcements, communications, let's mix it.
Let's just do it. Okay. Well, I just wanted to remind the community that we're having the Health Fest this Thursday, the 22nd. That's on Crescent Avenue. I don't know if you make that announcement, so I wanted to make sure that that got announced. That's from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. If you're doing special testing like blood testing or any other special screenings, you can call the clinic and ask about pricing and that kind of thing ahead of time if you want. But it's open to everyone, and we'd love to see a great turnout down on Crescent Avenue. It's not in the casino building this year. It'll be right on Crescent Avenue, right from the taxi stand all the way down past the Green Pier. So can't miss it. We'll see you then. That's this Thursday. And then I wanted to remind the community that the Flying Fish Festival is coming up, not this weekend, Memorial Weekend, but the following weekend. And we are hosting with Choices a movie on the beach on Friday, the 30th, at 8:30 on South Beach at the lifeguard stand. You can't miss it. And they're showing Little Mermaid. So it should be a great turnout, fun for the whole family. And then on the 31st, on Saturday at 9 a.m., the rec department will be holding a special kids fishing derby for the Flying Fish Festival. Normally, we have early risers during the summer season and the kids fishing derbies at 7 a.m., but this time for the Flying Fish Festival, it'll be at 9 a.m. because they're not so early risers. So we'll see you from 9 to 11 on the end of the Green Pier. That's a free program. Bring your rod and reel or drop line, or you can get one from the businesses on the pier. Bring your own bait if you need help baiting your hook and all of that. We'll have someone there to help you. So see you then.
That sounds fun. Any other announcements?
I just have one. It's as far as the agenda is concerned, we're going to flip-flop things around so that certain folks can catch boats. So tonight we're going to have presentation number 1 as scheduled, but I believe we're going to flip-flop numbers 2 and 3, and that seems to be okay with Wayne. and then we'll proceed with having Southern California Edison still go as number 4.
And are there any written communications?
I'm not aware of any this evening, Denise. Okay.
Okay, well then let's get into the presentations from the Sheriff's Department.
So if I could just give you a little background before the sergeant begins. What we're asking, what we're going to receive here tonight is just a brief overview, since we're on the topic of finance. This is our sheriff contract, how it works, what the city gets for the money that it spends each year, and some of the values that we achieve as part of that contract. So Sergeant Thompson is going to explain that, and take it away.
Thank you, Ben. Greetings, council members, and there's some new faces. I was here in March when you approved the 5-year contract. We're starting now with a new 5-year contract, and I'm here to. Back then, we were expecting a 4% increase on the contract for the Sheriff's Department, but the good news is after the auditor controller looked at all our spending and our salary and benefits that is expected for the deputies assigned to Avalon, the contract actually only went up 0.3%, which is well under the 2.6, 2.7% that all the other contract cities experienced. Because Avalon is so unique, the auditor controller actually pulls all the rates separately away from all the other contract cities to develop what we call a Catalina rate. And Captain Federal did such a good job with some of the overhead expenses, which includes the S&S spending and overtime spending that is unique to the station with late arrests and court overtime, that it helped reduce the rate for Avalon. And the rate went from, it only went up $3,300 compared to what we expected, about $50,000. So we're excited about that. So the way the auditor controller develops the rate is he actually looks at the expected salary and benefits for the deputies for this next fiscal year, and he actually does what we call a cost recovery on the overtime and spending, and that's why the rate was so low, is we're recovering the expenses from last year to be added to this year, and that's why it's so low. So Avalon, actually, the city of Avalon pays for 5 deputies. That way we have 1 deputy round the clock, 24/7 throughout the whole week. And then with that, those 5 deputies, the county actually helps kick in extra personnel that pay for about another 26 personnel, anywhere from 21 to 26, depending on the vacancies and who's available to send to the island to help out with clerical staff, dispatching, supervision, and you got the boat operators and all the people that manage all the county areas of the island. But they're also there to support the city deputies that are assigned to the city. And again, the same thing applies to them. If something happens on the county side, there's people, the deputies are able to help out with the county folks. And let's see.
I think, Don, one of the things that's interesting is that, if I recall correctly, the city itself does not bear the cost of Captain Federal's
Correct.
salary.
The county realizes this is a unique situation compared to the other cities. All the other cities have to pay for their own captains. Avalon is unique because the county realizes the importance of supervision and the fact that you are on an island and you need to have some command decisions made right then and there, so they're actually paying for the captain out of the county budget. And they actually pay for up to 26 extra personnel that is very high compared to the other contract cities.
There's a handout that you gave of the council. I don't know if you want to just quickly just walk through it. I realize the audience doesn't have that, but if you could maybe just explain what they're seeing here briefly so that they can have an understanding.
Well, if you look at the bottom, they have this, the top, they have sworn salaries, and this city, when they pay for the 5 deputies, they actually pay a certain rate of about $230,000 per deputy, and that sounds really high, but what it does is it actually pays for a percentage of supervision and clerical staff. So when you buy the 5 deputies, which are listed there as generalist deputies, you actually also receive 3 bonus deputies, which is a detective and I believe watch deputy, and then you have sergeants, and then some clerical staff. And then the county actually pays for the rest of the bodies. If you look in the middle column, those are all the county personnel that the county pays for. That's really it.
So we wanted the council to have an awareness and understanding of what you pay for and why, what you get, some of the benefits of our unique arrangement. So that's what we asked Don to come out here to explain that to you. If you have any questions about that, we also have Captain Federal in the back. Let us know.
I'm just curious, are all of the positions filled currently, or do you have some vacancies now?
There are some vacancies because of the way that we have transfers in the county. There's usually anywhere from a 2 to 3 month gap in transfers. So you might have someone retire, and then there might be a gap before there's a transfer. And so sometimes there are gaps, but if there's any public safety issues, Captain Federal will get overtime to fulfill those vacancies. So even though you might have a shorter body, we still have contract obligations to fill, and we'll make sure that we have deputies working.
Does this include the deputies down at the Isthmus as well? Do you have any idea? I mean,
Yeah.
this contract?
Yeah, this is just contract, but yes, Captain Federal said yes.
Okay.
That'd be a guy in the county staff, the 2 generalists.
Okay.
Does the audience have any questions? Of our sheriffs? No? Well, we appreciate your service and we appreciate your attendance. Doug, did you have anything you wanted to add? No? Okay.
Don't put him on the spot.
Well, he's dying to come up here and talk. Well, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to flip-flop the presentations, and we're going to bring Jordan forward this time without his bagpipes to talk about vehicle noise testing and some additional related items.
Thank you, Jordan. Great.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Jordan.
Hello, thank you. Just move me out.
So I'm just here to follow up on the vehicle noise testing that we conducted starting in February as part of the annual vehicle registration. It started in December with the presentation I gave to the council about transportation opportunities, getting from A to B. And in this time, we're following up with that. But of course, the value that we're addressing right now is quietly. So historically, this ordinance vehicle noise has been addressed back since 1979. The current ordinance that we're addressing right now was established in 2000. They had many different study sessions to kind of vet it out. And then, like I said, in December 2013, I gave an initial presentation which was directed to follow up with an administrative policy for enforcement of the vehicle noise ordinance that I gave on the 7th. And we had that whole thing kind of go through. So it was kind of an open process to work out the vehicle noise ordinance. So what we heard from this time, we tested myself and we had a couple helpers, but I personally signed off on every vehicle, 1,415 autoettes out of approximately 1,629, so about 87% of the population, vehicle population. We still have some outstanding vehicles. Some of them are overtown folk who don't make it out to the island during the regular time. Of that 1,415, we had a 12% failure rate. So a lot of people heard about a lot of vehicles failing. Our total failure rate for all those vehicles was 12%. That's 175 vehicles. And they averaged a 76 decibel failure. 74 decibels is our limit for autoettes. So that means 1,240 vehicles passed, and they had an average decibel of 71.8. And that doesn't include the averaging of electric vehicles and porters and smart cars, things like that. Out of our vehicles, out of the vehicles that I tested, we tested was 1,051 were of Yamaha, E-Z-GO, or Club cars. So that is the majority of the vehicles that we have in our community. And those vehicles are the major ones that had violations of the noise ordinance. I only had about 4 vehicles that were porters or other style vehicles that didn't pass. There was only a few of them. And based on the vehicles that came through, about 5% of all the vehicles that autoettes that we have are electric. So that includes smart cars, golf carts, NEVs, which is neighborhood electric vehicles, or low-speed vehicles. Once a vehicle failed, for people who aren't familiar with the process, it doesn't mean that your vehicle is taken away from you. Council voted to give a 6-month grace period from the end of the annual vehicle registration period, which is September 1st, to have time to work on your vehicle and bring it back for retesting. So out of the vehicles that, 175 that didn't pass, that's 12% of the total vehicles tested. We've had 58 or 33% of that 175 return for retesting after getting maintenance done, and 47 or 81% have then passed with an average decibel of 72.6. So it's higher than the passing average, but it is still passing, and it is a dramatic decrease from 76 decibels. And only 11, so 19%, didn't pass. But we have had many people who have returned multiple times, who are very active and engaged in trying to make their vehicle compliant. The issues that we've come across with failing vehicles, because a lot of people ask if this ordinance and this administrative policy is specific to target 2-strokes, and that is absolutely not the case. The ordinance's purpose is to target loud vehicles. It doesn't matter if it's a 2-stroke, or if it's a 4-stroke, or a brand new vehicle or an old vehicle. If it's too loud, that's what the ordinance is to go after. The factors that we determined in vehicle noise through our process was the type of the engine. So a 2-stroke is a component of that factor, or a 4-stroke. The size of the engine, so if it's a bigger one that has more power. The overall configuration of the vehicle, that would be if it's lifted, or if it has large tires, or if it has additions to it. And the last one, which you can't see, which is actually the most important one, maintenance of the vehicle. That is the big one, and that's representative in the numbers right here, that you see 81% of the vehicles that had got maintenance done eventually did pass. And so it is in a situation where, from these numbers and kind of from this example, it's a condition that we probably would have to stay on top of, because if we were to replace everyone's vehicle today with a brand new quiet vehicle in 3, 2, or even just 1 year without proper maintenance, we could be right back to having incredibly loud vehicles. And so that is one of the reasons why I do believe that it is something that we have to stay on top of. This is our pass-fail by vehicle make. The far left, which you can't read the graph, is Yamaha. You can see they have the dominance on the market. And here's a little blow-up of that insert. They had a little under 140 vehicles not pass, so that was the bulk of the vehicles. And these 3, first here on the left, is Yamaha, E-Z-GO, and Club car. So that makes up the bulk of our vehicle fleet, and as well as the bulk of the vehicles that didn't pass. All these other ones are a range of different porters, different electric vehicle makes, and out of all of them, like I said, I only had about 4 or so that didn't pass in their testing. You can see the decibel range by make. It's the porter style vehicles, some have them an average lower, but here are our main 3. They're all kind of in the same ballpark in terms of averaging of passing and not passing. This is an interesting one, the Yamaha quantity. So you can see Yamaha has quite a spread. I wish the bottom of the graph wasn't cut off. It shows it by year. And so this is 2013. This is 1979, the oldest vehicle that we tested. This isn't a complete set of data for all the vehicles, because some people didn't have the registration, so we didn't know what year the vehicle was. But we still tested people's vehicles that didn't have current registration. They just wouldn't be able to register with the city and the vehicle clerk until they got that paperwork. So we were able to still test them, with the idea that if someone had a vehicle that couldn't pass, we wouldn't force them to pay for registration to then come test it. So we don't have complete data on it, but I think it definitely gives a solid picture of where we kind of looked. And you can see all the red are the vehicles that passed from those different years, and the blues are the vehicles that didn't pass. There is more clustering down in the 1980s. There were more vehicles that didn't pass from there, but again, age alone is not a determining factor as to whether a vehicle will pass or not. Largely it was due to maintenance. We had plenty of two-stroke vehicles that were well maintained throughout the years and passed with absolutely no problem. And you can see the spread for vehicles that didn't pass for Yamaha. It's pretty evenly distributed throughout the year. So again, year is not a good determining factor. A lot of people said, my vehicle is brand new, how come it's not passing? And that could be not because of deferred maintenance. There were people who've taken their vehicle regularly, but since the last time they had maintenance done, something could have gone wrong. There's a few examples. One of them just came in this week. The rear clutch went out, and when it first didn't pass, they were a little confused, like we just had work done on it 6 months ago, but the clutch had gone out, and when they replaced it, they said, oh yeah, it definitely sounds a lot quieter. So E-Z-GO, it's not as many volume, but you can see kind of a spread. They did have a larger clustering of vehicles that didn't pass that are newer vehicles, and that's part of the condition of vehicles with more powerful engines. They put out more power, and they were inherently louder. The way that all the E-Z-GOs were managed to pass, a lot of them was to turn down the governor, and that basically essentially cut off the speed of the vehicle. So once it got up to that governor speed, it didn't have to work as hard to continue that speed, and the engine didn't operate as loudly. It worked. Club Car has kind of the same distribution, and you can see similar distribution. I just think the data is very interesting. That's what I told everyone this year while we collected data on electric vehicles, porters, smart cars, electric golf carts, is because this is our first comprehensive test of all the different vehicles, and as we're evaluating what our values are moving forward, we wanted to be very clear as to what our sound profile would be like if we were to pursue different options and what it would be as it stands right now. So our testing procedures, which is a huge portion of this, the standards that we followed are the standard operating procedure, which we try to administer for every single vehicle. Was obviously first and foremost, we followed the Avalon Municipal Code on vehicle noise enforcement, which spells out the process very clearly. The location, which we did right behind us in between the fire station and City Hall, which we called Casitas Way for the sake of paperwork. We did comparison tests to make sure that that was a comparable site. It accurately reflected what vehicles sounded like driving around town. We not only tested it compared to Las Casitas to Avalon Canyon Road and streets downtown, but we even did control tests with the fire bay doors down and the fire bay doors up with no vehicles in to see if that had any reflection issues, and it did not. It was comparable throughout the whole situation, so I believe that the levels we got are reasonable and representative of the vehicle's sound profiles. The travel distance in the municipal code, it says it needs to travel at least 20 feet. We set up a little bit further down. We set up about 65 feet. The reason behind that was we wanted to give vehicles a chance to get up to a full cruising speed to see what they were like as they would be traveling down Avalon Canyon Road, trying to get home at the end of the day at work, which was kind of a line that I told every single person. And I do think it did cause more vehicles to pass, as a lot of vehicles make more noise under load, which is starting from a dead stop, going up a hill, or having extra weight in the vehicle. And as they got going, their vehicles did tend to quiet down a little bit. So it is a portion that we can evaluate because we can test as soon as only 20 feet. The noise meter that we used does meet American National Standard specifications as called out in the municipal code. And we used the DBA setting, which is the national standard for vehicle noise assessments. And we calibrated the instrument every single day. So I tested it to make sure that it was properly calibrated so that there wasn't erroneous readings on people's vehicles. The major variable that we experienced, the biggest issue with the testing, was the operation of the vehicle during testing. The manner in which it is driven, whether it's driven slow or fast, or you step on the gas and then let off, all of those affected the noise level. Here is some real data that we collected. You could see the green line is, this was all the same vehicle. It traveled at 10 miles per hour. Which is kind of in the range of vehicles. The range that we found for most vehicles is anywhere between 10 and about 16 miles per hour. We did have a radar gun on the vehicles to really test them. So at 10 miles per hour, the vehicle came in at 70.7 decibels. So that's well passing. So we all thought that would have been great. At 12 miles per hour, just 2 miles per hour difference, it came in at 72.3 decibels. That's still passing, but it's a little bit higher. And at 13 miles per hour, so just 3 miles per hour faster than the baseline of 10, it came in at 76.1, and that is within well above our standards. And that is one of the hardest parts about the test, is there is no standard between the vehicles. Like I said, some vehicles can go 10, some can go 16. We don't know the difference. We often had people drive through the course 2, 3, or even 4 times, if not more, until we thought we got an accurate representation of what that vehicle sounded like. But as you can see, even within the testing, it's not a beautiful straight curve. You can definitely get a trend line if you were to extrapolate for that. But the raw data shows that there is a lot of variability. It is a moving parts machine, and it doesn't sound exactly the same all the time, although to our ear it may kind of sound the same. There are variations with it. And I was taking a measurement at exactly the point in which they drove by the sound level meter at a distance of 25 feet. I couldn't vary from that, so I couldn't penalize someone who was louder afterwards or beforehand. I had to take it right from there. But that's where we worked really hard to try and get them at a good, honest speed of what it was driving downtown. So that's one of the variables that we encountered and had to try and compensate for. And I do admit some vehicles did get through that, probably because of this one of the reasons, that I would say otherwise are classified as offensively loud. And that's one of the hard things that we're trying to manage. Another situation you can see here, this has a very steep, dramatic start. It was a vehicle that took off like they were racing down the street. And you can see this, actually, the sound went down. That's because at that point, once they got up to a full speed, which was about 15 miles per hour, they let off on the accelerator. And we're still able to cruise through at a solid 13 miles per hour, which is in our typical range of acceptable speeds to testing a vehicle on average. And when they went by, though, they only came in at a little over 70 decibels. When we had them retest it and stay on the accelerator the entire time, they were able to continue going at 13 miles per hour, but their sound levels increased dramatically to the point where they didn't pass. So that's a situation where if they let off the accelerator, the engine's no longer doing work, and it's not making noise, and we're still clocking them in at a fast speed. So by that parameter, it would seem that it was a reasonable test, but we had to be checking to make sure, well, how come it dipped down? One of the other reasons that you may find a dip is the governor, and that's the situation for some of the two-strokes and some of the vehicles that have larger, more powerful engines. They make a lot more noise from a dead stop or a start or under load. They have that inherent rumble, or with some of the two-strokes, they have that kind of clank noise. But once the governor kicks in, it actually chops off the noise, and it'll have a very similar graph. And a lot of, that's how some of those vehicles passed. That is a hard situation to deal with, and I'm not sure how exactly to manage those, because by the definition of this test, they did pass. But in practical operation of the vehicle, so when they're driving downtown, leaving Vons, going from a stop sign, their vehicle makes a lot more noise until it gets up to that full cruising speed. And that's what everybody hears, and that's what everybody's going to judge them on. So for those situations, the way the municipal code is written is that if a vehicle is offensive to normal hearing, it is in violation and can be issued a citation. And then to conclusively prove whether a vehicle is in violation, they would come up and run through the course. So for those particular vehicles, some of those two-strokes that are very loud from a start and then do quiet down, or some of these other larger, more powerful engines, that may be a way of managing them, because they are loud in practical application. And so they may be issued tickets, have to come up. All things being equal, they may pass again, but the very next day they may be issued a ticket. It's one of those variables that I'm not exactly sure how to manage, but that's kind of one of the things that we have to move forward with. So the concerns with the testing is the consistency of the testing. A lot of people say, well, I can hear which vehicles are loud, how come the meter isn't? It's largely due to the variables in the driver and how the vehicle is driven. And I don't mean to imply that people were purposefully trying to cheat the test in their driving. One of the difficulties with administering the test, it is a tight, confined area. We didn't have a lot of space. People naturally do want to slow down. It's the responsible thing to do. And so we often had people have to go through multiple times just because they're not sure about how fast it was in a small area. But that was one of the biggest issues with it. And believe me, my wife knows that every time we're walking down the street, every single vehicle that goes by, I'm listening and trying to determine should that have passed or not, and I check to see if it did or not, and then I try and evaluate, okay, if it passed and it shouldn't have, what went wrong? One of the reasons that you may be hearing vehicles that have stickers now that did pass, that might be loud. Well, actually, I'll get that into a minute. So the dealing with vehicles that pass but are too loud, that does come down to enforcement and continued annual testing. Once the noise ordinance goes into enforcement, which is currently scheduled for October 1st, that will help manage some of the vehicles and will target those ones that people say I can hear are too loud. And if we just continue the annual testing because of maintenance, that is a big issue. My recommendation to modify the administrative procedure would be to exempt electric vehicles, porters, the smart cars, or any full-size style autoette. As like I mentioned, I only had 4 that did not pass from those categories. And I believe we could go to spot checking them on the streets and hearing for them as opposed to systematically checking them through the process. I think that's fair and reasonable, and I think the data will show that. We are going to commence with commercial vehicle testing. People have asked if they are getting a pass and they can do whatever they want. Commercial vehicles will be tested. We focused on the 1,600 autoettes in this short window because we have limited manpower and limited resources. And that's a huge order to figure out, especially for this first year. So that's why we focused on that. We will be coming out with our testing times for commercial vehicles. The hard part is they expire at different times throughout the year. And so trying to roll that into kind of our general process is one of the things that we're trying to figure out. People have asked about the 74 decibels. Why is that our standard? People have mentioned that 80 decibels is the national standard for streets. As far as I could tell, I couldn't actually find national standards. Cities and counties and states had guideline standards, and they may have established their own standards. A lot of them are in reference to freeways, and that's where you'd see 80 or 80 plus decibels. But one of the big differences is that we're talking about speeds of less than 20 miles per hour. And at such speeds, a golf cart is typically louder than a Ford F-150. And so that's one of the differences in terms of the actual levels for 74 decibels. And the other consideration is that decibels are not linear. They are on a logarithmic scale, so each increment is dramatically larger than the previous one. And if you have 2 things operating at the same decibel level, they don't add together in the sense that I have 2 60 decibel radios, I get 120 decibels. They add together in increments, but they don't stay the same level. So if I have my standard at 74 decibels, and we all say that sounds nice. Well, if I have 4 vehicles go by at 74 decibels, that'll increase the decibel noise by 6, and it'll push it up to 80 decibels. And that's starting to get in a range that everyone would agree is unacceptable. And that's only 4 vehicles. And we all know down in the streets in the summertime, there's a lot more than 4 vehicles driving around at one time. And so 74 seems very reasonable. If we discuss changing the levels, you'll see there are 148 autoettes that fell between the range of 74 to 74.5 decibels. So if we raised it just 1/2 decibel, the standard, that allows in all but about 20 vehicles being allowed to be driven on the streets. So I don't think anybody would find that quite acceptable. And for people who say there's a lot of vehicles that are still loud that did get processing, that's correct. We had 173 vehicles within the range of 73.7 to 73.9, so 0.3 decibels off of the limit. There were 173 of them. That's equal to the number of vehicles that didn't pass originally. So this is something that, yes, they did pass. 73.9 was passing, and 74.0 is not passing. So they are right on the verge, and that's something that they have to be aware of and moving forward from years to come, because if they're not doing any maintenance by next year, odds are they're probably not going to pass. So this is a process that is going to take time in order to completely vet it out and for people to become familiar and aware with the ordinance and make decisions based on the vehicle noise ordinance, where in the past they have not had to make a decision based on that. So it does lead us to the question of where do we go from here? And the big question is, well, where do we want to go and how do we want to get there? There are a lot of transportation opportunities out there if we're just willing to reach out and put ourselves out there for it. And it does really come down to defining our values. What do we want? Up till this point, we defined our value as small, 120 inches by 55, as our main only value. If it was loud, if it was held together by duct tape, if it polluted, we didn't really take that into consideration as much. Now we're taking noise into consideration, but there are a lot of other parameters, and more than this, that we can take into consideration. So where do we go from here? Officially, the city is technology neutral. I'm not taking, from the city's perspective, not trying to advocate for a specific change. We're not saying everybody needs to go to a plug-in electric vehicle, everybody needs to go electric. We're not advocating for a single solution, but we are open to opportunities that are out there. And this has been looked into many, many times by many different people, as many have come and told me. But what's exciting is opportunities that we are looking at today were not available 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 2 years ago, or even just last year with some of the companies that we are looking at exploring with right now are just coming out. But what it does mean for us is we do have to define our values, and then we do have to be willing to make investments and commitments. As much as I've tried in talking to different people, no one is willing to just give us a bunch of money or just give us a bunch of vehicles. I tried, I asked, it's not going to happen. It requires us to put in some sort of investment, whether that's capital or whether it's committing to them or helping make things happen. That has to happen. If we do explore that, we can get some exciting opportunities. Thanks to the Catalina Art Association helping work with Mercedes of Laguna Niguel. It kicked off the first mini tiny eco auto show that I hope a lot of people got to experience at Springfest. Mercedes is the smart car dealership that really services our area, and they are actively interested in being a part of our community. I've handed out a proposal from them, which there are copies over on the table for residents. In order to get people into these smart cars, they are willing to offer smart cars for anywhere from $100 to $200 a month to island residents, and for island residents, they actually can go about 20% cheaper than that for some of them. But that's their national fleet rate. That's what they can advertise. They're excited and they want to help demonstrate and show to the community these opportunities. So they're willing to give to the city of Avalon under their insurance a smart car. So we could have one for use from the city, as well as for residents who are interested in exploring this to get in, try, drive, and experience. So whether we decide we want to pursue that, that's up to us to kind of see. But the point to me is that there are fantastic opportunities. But they're not doing this because they just think we're great and they love Catalina. I mean, they do, and we are. However, they're doing it because they're getting something out of it. They want to sell vehicles, and we have an opportunity for them to do that. And so in order to do that, they want some sort of commitment and investment to kind of help out, and we have to reach out to make those opportunities happen. Origin Energy, who some of you may be familiar with, they have a proposal to develop hydrogen fuel cell golf carts. They were at the Mini Tiny Eco Auto Show, and this is another fantastic opportunity. It actually also brings in opportunities with Avalon Environmental, our waste service provider, who is looking at developing renewable fuel sources from the organic mass waste stream. And they could develop compressed natural gas, or they could develop hydrogen. So it's something that if we invested in this opportunity, that could provide another solution on another avenue. Again, it comes down to the decisions we want to make. There are local opportunities with businesses in town who are interested in doing similar things like Mercedes, offering vehicles to try them out, make things happen. But we have to kind of establish if we want to create some sort of ability for investments to happen. One of the hardships, we have a lot of things that are grandfathered in this community, and which is great. A lot of people have invested a lot of time over the years. There are a lot of new opportunities that can't come in because of things that are already maxed out. So it's a consideration that we have to take to see if we want to help encourage new opportunities, such as autoet size restrictions. There are a lot of new vehicles that are coming out that are just outside of our current range and just outside of the range of neighborhood electric vehicles, which is 138 by 61. And so if we expand that range opportunity, it all of a sudden changes the whole capability of residents to have autoets and access to the interior, which is a huge topic for a lot of people. We displayed a Fiat 500e, which is about 141 inches, which is a couple inches longer than the neighborhood electric vehicle category. Those few inches offer huge opportunities to our island, but they have real considerations that we have to take and concerns that we have to address. So with that, I'm going to take a sip of water and answer any questions.
Wow. That put a lot out there in a short period of time.
Well, I asked for an hour and a half. They only gave me 15 minutes.
Thanks, Ben.
5, Jordan.
But you did a great job. Well, first of all, let's see what the council has to say. Do you have any comments?
A question, do we have any geographic information as to where the location of the vehicles that failed lived?
No. There are a lot more parameters. The answer to every scientific research paper is we need more data. And there are a lot more parameters that I would love to include in the data. Even considerations such as the household income for the vehicle owners. Not that I want people's personal information, but in order for us to evaluate the impact that this does have on vehicle owners, because potentially some people are facing a situation where I'm not going to have a vehicle because I can't afford to get a new vehicle. What am I supposed to do? And that's where these future opportunities come into play. A lot of these opportunities are medium, long-term goals, and so a lot of people have immediate concerns, especially October 1st. What are we supposed to do at that point? And so to me, the goal of this program is to not force people into tough situations. The goal is to improve the quality of life of Avalon by reducing vehicle noise pollution, which I think is a very real issue. So in keeping that in mind, I have everyone who didn't pass, I took as much time as I could to talk to them by not holding people up. I am proud to say that with our team doing testing, we were able to get people in and out of vehicle noise testing on an average of 4.5 minutes. And so that was something that I was pretty proud of because we worked pretty hard to make sure that it wasn't too much of a burden on everyone. But this is a big consideration. We are looking into opportunities like cash for clunkers for golf carts that don't pass, where they can go, because we don't want them just abandoned on our streets. People who live here love this community, and we don't want to see people take actions that negatively impact us, even more so by abandoning their vehicle or trying to push it off a cliff. So we want to try and help provide avenues for them to do the responsible thing and hopefully help them out in the process. Mercedes and Laguna Niguel, not to harp on them, but they're being very proactive right now to help us out. And I mentioned the Cash for Clunkers program, and they're willing to buy your vehicle, even if it has no value to them, because they want to help get you into a smart car. And so there are a lot of opportunities out there. People have said, well, what if the city just gave me $500 for my vehicle? I'd feel great about that. At least, I get something and get rid of it. Well, the city doesn't have $500 to give, but Mercedes and Laguna Niguel is very interested in selling vehicles, and they would be willing to pay for some of that money to help make that happen. But it's going to take us to reach out there to help find and create and cultivate these opportunities in order for them to be realized. I did attend the Alternative Clean Transportation Expo in Long Beach just a couple weeks ago, and it was phenomenal. There are amazing resources out there if we are willing to put ourselves out there and try it. But again, putting ourselves out there means we are going to have to make some level of commitments or investments along the way. Grant funding typically requires buy-in, so we have to put in some money in order for them to give us some money. So we have to budget for those types of things if that's what we're interested in. If not, then we can continue with the status quo, and it will be much cheaper, much easier, and I won't have to sit out there every day, February and March, which is great, but I do think that this is something that is worth investing in and into, because it's really an investment into ourselves, and if we stay on top of it, it'll improve the quality of life of us, the visitors and residents alike. So I would like to have future discussions on this, even more detailed, to kind of hash out what this means, but I'll keep it short tonight because I also have to catch a 7:30 boat because I'm going to a water conference tomorrow to talk about another issue.
Well, one thing I would say, if anybody out there, they're going to hear this, and everybody's going to be calling Mercedes-Benz of Laguna Niguel and saying, buy my golf cart and sell me one of these, but I have a concern about where they're going to plug in. So if this is something I think you're very right on us getting our values down. And I'm not sure the quickest way, because I think this is wonderful. I don't know the quickest way to make things happen. I don't know if that's you working with other people to come up with solutions, if that's us creating our values, helping somebody else.
Yeah, as a suggestion, you're having a brainstorming session tomorrow morning, and this could be fleshed out a little bit more then. This is just an opportunity, and I believe the smart cars are actually gas powered, but they're...
Both. They have both, but they do recognize the limitations of our charging infrastructure capabilities, and that is something that they're also interested in helping invest in, maybe some charging stations, but that's something we want to do. On the bottom of every person's testing sheet. We included some information that I hope someone read, but I doubt it. Because I don't want to make it just pass or fail. So when they take something home, I want them to walk home and realize that this is part of a process. So not only is the City of Avalon committed to improving the quality of life for Avalon, but kind of the process that we were taking this was one step at a time, goals in mind, intentional design. One of the shortcomings that happens with a lot of these discussions is it snowballs into this huge change that nobody can manage. We can't invest in complete new infrastructure, redesigning the entire town. But if we have one person who's interested in purchasing a plug-in electric vehicle, and we can get a grant for paying for a charging station to put it in their place, and we can try it out and see how it works having it on Sumner, even though they're not guaranteeing that parking, and we find out that, okay, this works, but it doesn't quite work, let's try it. And we can keep advancing it with different people and different interested parties. But we take on a lot of different opportunities throughout that same time, and we keep those long-term goals in mind. We may not know steps B through Y, but we know what we want to be at Z, and we know where we are at A, and those other steps will come clear as we kind of advance forward. So it does, but it does all come down to defining whether or not this is an important topic for people. I mean, just the vehicle size alone is a huge topic. A lot of people are interested in that, expanding that size category by a few inches for neighborhood electric vehicles, and that changes the whole dynamics for our community, allowing that many more people to get to the interior without waiting 20 plus years. But that is a huge conversation we need to have. What impacts does that have? What concerns do you have about expanding the vehicle size? And if we can address those concerns, then we can work with that.
Excellent. This is very thorough. Very thorough. Congratulations on this, too.
It's pretty exciting. But and that's just, I think, the tip of the iceberg of what we can get to come here if we actively pursue this.
And there's other options from other electric vehicle companies, for example, like what we saw during the Spring Fest, for example. So I actually really enjoy your presentations. I appreciate all the data, and I'm very thorough, very short and succinct, in my opinion, compared to what he could do. But this definitely falls within one of my top 5 concerns that we talked about in our brainstorming session, which is an overall transportation review of the city, including types of vehicles, looking at options. You know, if you were to do a neighborhood electric vehicle, would you have a special provision of a, you know, larger parameters based on what you could have? You know, if you reduce even having a vehicle right for like a bonus density unit or something of that sort, what, you know, what could come back for you for doing that? So
yeah, I totally agree. I think there's a lot of discussion options we can have, and that's what I want to impart upon everyone, is that this is a discussion. It's not, if you don't come out and say you're for something or against something, tell me your concerns about it. And if we can address those concerns, great. If we can't, then clearly it still is a problem, and we'll have to keep working and evaluating it. And again, we are technology neutral. The smart car from Mercedes, Laguna Niguel, and the Origin hydrogen fuel cell, fantastic opportunities. I'm really excited about exploring them, but we're not saying we're limited to just them. And we think there are a lot more that we can bring to the table. And I want people who have questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to get a hold of me. Throughout the whole vehicle noise testing procedure, I only had 2 people independently come up to me personally, whether it was in person or via email, to discuss the procedure and opportunities. Otherwise, I was only talking to people when I tested them. But I'm pretty sure those weren't the only 2 times that people were talking about the vehicle noise ordinance. But we are always here to address it and evaluate it and help advance it for the betterment of the community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great presentation you made. Thank you very much, Jordan. And I also want to say something for the people who've approached me about some of the other noise and residual pollution that comes from vehicles in Avalon, which the noisy golf carts seem to be actually disappear when a dump truck or some of these tractors or some of the construction noise that we're having, or the pollution from a lot of the tour buses that we're seeing and we're hearing, it seems to dwarf the noise that the, not to take away from what you're doing, because I think it's a fabulous job, but I hope it's precluding identifying with some of the other city residual noise that we're having that's coming from commercial vehicles. And it's some definite serious concerns that other people have in this town. The noise levels and the pollution levels that come off the commercial vehicles. Okay, so, but thank you very much for what you did, and keep in mind that there's a lot of people that have those concerns as well.
Absolutely, and I want to be clear, just because we only did residential autoettes this year does not mean that's all we're targeting, and that's not all we're picking on. As some people told me, that it seems like we're picking on these people. It is a huge portion. I mean, the number of autoettes has doubled since 1990. We had 800. Now we have over 1,600. And so it is a huge thing to take on. And
Absolutely.
what I like to remind people is that a lot of people have lived here for a long time. A lot of people plan on living here for a long time. So it may take a few years in the interim to kind of work these things out completely. And we may not always be completely finished, but it is a process. And once we work kind of through one thing and get a handle on it, we can fold in another layer, which could be commercial vehicles, larger vehicles. We will be addressing commercial autoettes and larger vehicles as well. And so that is part of the whole process. So I hope people take a long-term.
To me.
I hope people take a long-term view on this. Is basically what I want to say.
You did explain that to me at the beginning of this whole testing, because my concern was that concern that I just stated, and I do appreciate that, and I appreciate you acknowledging that we're not just picking on residential vehicles. We are having concerns for the things that I just stated, and we're identifying them, and we're actually going to tour an e-bus facility for local transportation. We're going to try to expand our local transportation and make it a little more suitable for people, pedestrian friendly and commuter friendly subsidies here in town, where we can help people get around a little easier. And I'm sure Catalina Transportation Services is concerned about that into the future. So thank you very much. That was a fabulous job you just did.
Well, thank you, and we'll hear you on the streets.
Okay, Wayne, excuse me, is going to now deliver a commercial that's jointly produced by the Chamber, Catalina Express, and the Island Company. So we'll give Wayne a moment to set up here. Yeah, you kind of drew the short straw to see Sarah.
Oh, come on, you don't like my wine bottle. I know.
Thank you. Wayne Griffin, President, Catalina Island Chamber of Commerce. And I just wanted to share a couple of exciting things with you. For the first time ever, the Santa Catalina Island Company, Catalina Express, and the Chamber of Commerce pooled resources and produced 2 television commercials. These have been shown on channels 5, 11, and 13. They began mid-March and ran through mid-May. The reason for choosing channels 5, 11, and 13 is, believe it or not, and I did not know this when we started, but we work with a media buyer who advises us on things like this. And those 3 channels have the largest viewing audiences of any of the channels in Los Angeles. So even more so than the 3 networks. So that was news to me, and we're proud of the result. Donna Harris from our office, our Director of Marketing, worked with Julie Sevilla, who's Director of Marketing at the Island Company, and Elaine Vaughn, Vice President of Sales and Marketing at Catalina Express. And we're really happy with what came out. The footage you will see, some of it was the Island Company, some of it was Catalina Express's. So we didn't have to shoot anything new. Chamber's contribution was we paid for the production to put it all together. And then the 3 of us jointly paid for the airtime. So I'm only going to show you one of the 2 co-op versions we prepared. This is 15 seconds, so don't blink. Television time in Los Angeles is the most expensive media market in the country, so 15 seconds was about all we could afford. Come on. Turn it on.
Discover more of Catalina Island than ever before. More romance, more adventure, and more ways to soak up the charm and the sun right in your own backyard. Plan your island getaway. Visit gotocatalina.com and enter to win a trip. Catalina Island, just an hour away.
And I want to thank Jordan for going ahead of me because it allowed the sun to set and we got a better picture out of this. I'll take the number 3 spot anytime. As long as we were doing this, you'll notice the call to action on that was go2catalina.com. That is the co-op domain that we have purchased, and when we do things together, we drive traffic there, and from there they go to our 3 individual websites. Why we were doing this, the Chamber wanted to produce a version that we could use on our own if we saw fit. Ever had a few extra tens of thousands of dollars lying around that we could purchase some TV time on our own, so we did one more version for the Chamber.
Discover more of Catalina Island than ever before. More romance, more adventure, and more ways to soak up the charm in the sun, right in your own backyard. Plan your island getaway now. Visit CatalinaChamber.com. Catalina Island, just an hour away.
So again, we're very proud of the effort. We saw traffic to go2catalina.com increase dramatically during the period of time the commercials were running. So we're confident that it did generate interest, and that leads me into the next topic, which is our visitor counts. This is a little hard to read, especially at home, but the top left-hand graph is April cross-channel carrier counts. Those are the ones we pay the most attention to because that's where the money we spend is trying to influence. You can see we are up significantly over last year, and the next 3 bars are a 3-year, a 5-year, and a 10-year rolling average. So any way you look at it, our counts are way up. The bottom left-hand graph is year-to-date cross-channel carrier counts. And again, we're double-digit increases over not only last year, but the 3-year, 5-year, and 10-year average. You put it all together with cruise ships, and of course, we've got a second weekly ship now coming in, which is raising the roof off of those counts. Bottom line, year-to-date, first 4 months of the year, we're 30% plus ahead of where we were last year. And what we're also looking at is the year 2000, which was our peak year for visitation, especially cross-channel carrier visitation. And the blue on this graph is the year 2000, the red is 2014. And while we were down in April, the significant thing to me is for the first 4 months of this year, we are within 1,000 visitors of where we were in the year 2000. I wasn't sure we'd ever get back to this point. And so we are super excited about this. Catalina Islander asked me why. And, you know, it's never any one thing. It's always a series of things. Collectively, all of us are doing a little more marketing than I think we have in the past. I know the Chamber's budget has bounced back after the recession, and we've got more that we can do things with. So we're certainly spending more money, but so is the Island Company and Catalina Express. We're all spending more money on marketing and promotion. The economy continues to improve. We have been absolutely blessed with phenomenal weather the first part of this year. Unfortunately, wish we had some rain, but that has certainly contributed to it. Everything we're hearing, advanced bookings for this summer are through the roof. We're hearing Memorial Day is still a little bit weak, but interestingly enough, Flying Fish Festival weekend is very strong. So we're looking forward to a good summer, and hopefully I'll be back here at the end of September, and we'll see that we're holding pace with the year 2000.
Excellent.
Cool. Thank you, Wayne. Nice.
Comments, anyone? Those, by the way, those ads are gorgeous.
Yeah, I saw
I don't
those
know
on
why
TV.
you. I think I did too.
Great job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did too.
One more. How are we doing our technology upgrade?
You should wear your sunglasses.
Hey, just one more presentation, then we'll.
I know, but I need all my notes for this next one.
That's yours.
You're gonna have me in part of it.
No worries.
I need my notes.
Okay, so
Okay.
now we do our fourth and final presentation for the evening. It's Ron Height and Jeff Lawrence from Edison to talk about a few topics related to water. I'll let Ron introduce each topic, or Jeff as they go through it. Thanks.
Hey, good evening, Council. Ron Height with Southern California Edison. There's a couple of topics, 5 topics we wanted to talk about this evening. We're going to go through this as expeditiously as possible. The first one is an update on the water rate case that's been going on for a few years. The second one is on the mechanics of the Middle Ranch Reservoir and the aquifer system, so you better understand how that works. Number 3 is the revised Stage 2 and Stage 3 water rationing forecasts. Number 4 is an update on the deep bedrock well. And number 5, Jeff's going to talk about some more details related to the variance request process as part of water rationing. The first topic on the rate case, there's really not a whole lot that has changed, but I just wanted to get back with you and let you know that what happened was we had an administrative law judge from the California Public Utilities Commission that worked on the case, went through a couple of years. He retired before the case was completed. So the commission has come up with another judge, and she's getting up to speed and working on developing a response to the all-party settlement that was submitted by all parties quite a while back. So we're hoping, crossing our fingers, maybe in the next month or so, we'll see something out of that judge that is what's called a proposed decision that will go to the commission along with the all-party settlement. And then those items will go in front of the commissioners for a vote. And we can get beyond this rate case that's been dragging on for a couple of years now.
And I don't know, so but excuse my ignorance, and I don't know for the other people. So what's the case? And so if it goes one way, what does that mean? If it goes the other way, what does that mean? Or in between, or?
I got to be really general with the terms of that all-party settlement because it's not approved yet.
Okay.
But there is a very, very slight increase proposed for rates here on the island, very slight. The majority of the money, the capital money that Edison spent on the water infrastructure over the last few years is being shifted to our electric ratepayers, which of course is mainly Southern California residents. Okay.
Can you say how much that money was that was invested?
It was somewhere it was over $10 million.
$10 million, did that go directly into the water?
Yes, that was all investments made into the water utility.
It was. Was there any money invested in expanding our top water storage or any of our water production?
Yeah, things like the Pump House 2, for example, which is really the heart of that system that takes the water from Middle Ranch and brings it to Avalon.
Right.
That last unit was built in the 1930s, and that was fully replaced with a new state-of-the-art system.
Okay.
We also have now remote controls on those wells and the reservoir levels and things like that. So when necessary, we can start and stop equipment and monitor the equipment and the quality of that water from our facilities here in Avalon.
Oh, I see. That's great. But none of it really went into expanding the actual water supply and the top water storage areas, right?
I can't, off the top of my head, in memory, over the last 10 years, or the last 5 years, which this case encompassed, recall any specific projects related to increasing surface water storage.
Okay, so there was $10 million spent, and none of it was to expand our water supply necessarily then, because that's big for us right now, because we're needing a bigger water supply. So I just thank you.
And we're going to talk about that here through this presentation. Now, one of the projects I do remember was we had 3 tanks in the Falls Canyon area, one of which had been out of service for many, many, many years. We rebuilt all 3, so now we have additional storage in Falls Canyon.
Okay, there we go.
All right.
Thank you.
So, based on the last visit Jeff made to the council, there was a lot of questions about how and why do we use the Middle Ranch Reservoir as a level gauge to how much water is available in the system. So it became apparent to me we need to probably have this discussion and show how this system works. So what you see here is a graphic representation of all the major components of that system. And I'm going to add components as we click through. But this includes the dam, the open water reservoir, the alluvial aquifer, and deeper down bedrock. Now when we talk about the alluvial aquifer, the alluvium is this whole area here, and it really is just dirt and soil. Once you get below that, you hit bedrock, okay? And of course, here's the dam. Now, what we do is we add to that those three wells at Middle Ranch, which is where Avalon gets all of its water. They do not pull from the reservoir directly. Okay, that's an important point here. They pull from the aquifer that's underground. However, the aquifer and the reservoir are hydraulically tied. And that's how we're able to gauge what's in the aquifer through watching the reservoir. Now, we also have some monitoring wells. What those wells do are what they really do is validate what we're seeing in the reservoir. So what you'll see as I go through this is you're going to see the impact of as the aquifer comes down, you see the corresponding level in the reservoir come down as well. So back here, this is a representation of a full aquifer, which is just over 1,000 acre-feet. There's a representation of stage 1 at 600 acre-feet. Notice as we continue on stage 2 at 300 acre-feet that again the alluvium aquifer's level is holding steady with the level of the reservoir. Stage 3 at 200 acre-feet. Stage 4 at 50 acre-feet. Now, something I want to point out here with stage 4. The level in that aquifer at stage 4, as you see, is approaching the level of the wells, the Middle Ranch wells. You get much beyond that, we're not going to be able to pump water, right? That's the problem. And that's really the intent of stage 2 and stage 3 rationing, is to ratchet down our use of water so we'd never get to this point, okay? Now, what I've added here on the right side is a bedrock deep well. So this is a well we've been talking about that goes down into the bedrock, which is really a new source of untapped water. And that well does a couple of things. Number one, as you can see, it's much deeper than those alluvium wells. So if we were to ever get to, say, a stage 4 or beyond, with less than 50 acre-feet, we still have a source, a supply of water, which today, in today's configuration, we do not, okay? The other thing it does is it does tap into a new source of water that's currently untapped and just flowing. We have proven this water's flowing under this reservoir and ending up down in the ocean. Now, this new well could provide up to approximately 75% more water than what's being used today on the island. The construction of this well is relatively straightforward. However, the permitting process does take time. So we're working hand in hand with the island company and the Conservancy and looking at a two-step process. The first thing we want to do is develop a test well to make sure and validate that that water is available at the quantities and qualities that we anticipate it is, before we take on the enormous task of getting the permits for the production well. Any questions on any of that?
I have my first question, I should say. I'm sure there'll be more coming. You just talked about we're rationing down our water supply so that we don't get to phase 4, right? And just to put this into perspective, in 1978, our population was approximately 2,000 residents, and our visitor counts were about 450,000. And today, our population is approximately 4,000 residents, with visitor counts upwards of 800,000. So since I think the year is, I don't know the year, 53 years ago, Edison took over the water. And in all of this time, I'm curious to know what Edison has done to increase the supply of water, the number of gallons. It seems as though we've doubled in size, but what has Edison done to double the size of water other than now look at the possibility of drilling this well?
There's been quite a number of wells that we've put in since we acquired the utilities in the 50s. I don't have the list in front of me nor the years they were installed, but I can get that for you.
So these are not the only wells that deliver
No.
water to the island, or
No.
to the town?
No, well, these are the primary wells that deliver water to Avalon. We also have a number of wells that deliver water to the rest of the island.
To Two Harbors and White's
All over.
Landing and, right,
over.
right. So, but for the city of Avalon, this is where the water comes from, and this is it, other than the desalinization plant, which we know came, and there'll be more talk about that down the road here, which we know came from the development agreement with Hamilton Cove.
Right.
But I'm curious, what has Edison done to increase the supply of water to the city of Avalon?
Yes, and we have also rebuilt these wells many times.
You've rebuilt them, but what have you done to increase?
Well, we've rebuilt them in order to increase the capacity.
Well, didn't Edison quadruple the capacity of the Thompson Dam when they bought it?
When we first took over the utility, yes,
Like
we
200
increased
acre
the
feet?
size of that reservoir significantly.
How is that? By dredging it?
No, we simply built the dam up. It was about a 300 acre foot reservoir, and we turned it into a 1,000 acre foot reservoir.
The bedrock, you were saying that the bedrock well is going to supply possibly 75% more water. That would put it at about 250 to 300 acre feet per year. And if we utilize all of that water, it would mean that the bedrock well would dry up. Because we don't want to do that, right? I mean,
No.
we want to keep water running through this bedrock well.
Yes, and that's part of the
Because it feeds the ecosystem down the canyon as well.
Right, and so that's part of that two-step process of starting with a test well to be able to look at a couple of things. We want to understand, make sure there's the quantity and quality of water down there that we firmly believe there is. We also want to understand whether there's any impact to the alluvial aquifer, right, as we pump
right.
that bedrock well. We also want to understand any impact to the downstream biology as that bedrock comes to the surface at sea level. You know, whether we see any decrease in flows as we're pumping.
And to protect the ratepayers, I also mentioned to you the possibility of contamination from top sources such as animal droppings, pesticides, insecticides, glyphosate, which we know the Conservancy sprays down in that canyon, creosote, and other things that are buried up in Skull Canyon. They kind of use that still as a boneyard, as a dumping area, which we have to get rid of those things, I think, to absolutely make sure that bedrock aquifer, where it's capped, cannot make that bedrock aquifer somehow and all the underground water sources that we have contaminated, because that would be disastrous. And actually, we should actually have a guarantee that that's not going to happen, and that the people of Avalon will be guaranteed a fresh and clean and abundant water source if something like that happens, if some kind of a disaster happens like that.
Luckily, there's the Department of Public Health is the regulatory agency which makes sure that we provide clean, safe drinking water, right? And so we test the water every couple of days out of every single well that we produce. And our water meets all the standards. So if anything were to happen, we'd see it there in the test results.
Have you looked into increasing or providing new equipment to the desalinization plant? I mean, it's my understanding that all the permits are already in place. The technology is currently there, that it's at capacity, but what has Edison done to increase the use of the plant?
Well, the plant has some limitations. Number one is the discharge permit to the ocean. So there's a volumetric limit. So when we bring in ocean water, we pump it through the membranes, and then that splits into two streams. One stream goes out to the ocean, which is what you call super salty water, and what's left is the good clean water we pump into the distribution network. There are very, very strict volumetric limitations on what we can put back into the ocean. That's the primary reason you're not seeing desal plants up and down the coastline, is it's very, very difficult to get that permit. Number one. Number two is simple costs. Is that water is generally 4 to 5 times more expensive than groundwater. So in working with other industry consultants, we get far more bang for our buck doing this than we will investing in more desal.
Are you at the capacity of how much water you can put back into the ocean now?
Yes.
Okay. And if you were to do this bedrock deep well, for example, if I understand correctly, you can only pump so much water into town based on the infrastructure that's currently there. So we would, over a longer period of time, have more water available, but you can only get it to town so much at a time.
Really the defining factor in how quickly we pump to town, remember we have 9, this is another expansion we did, by the way, I forgot, Joe, of the surface water, is Wrigley Reservoir at the top of the hill can store 9 million gallons of water. So when we pump from the wells to Pump House 2, which was newly rebuilt, and it was built in a way to accommodate a new resource like this, by the way, so the infrastructure is there to use the output of this well, that we really are just maintaining that level in the Wrigley Reservoir. Because after Wrigley, it gravity feeds right down into Falls Canyon into those Baker tanks. One route. The other route goes to Hamilton Cove. So as we're monitoring that Wrigley Reservoir, that defines how much we pump. We never, ever have a problem keeping up with the pumping and the infrastructure on the back end with meeting demand in Avalon.
9 million gallons, that's roughly, what, 27 acre-feet of water, would you say?
Well, it's 326,851 gallons per acre foot.
Okay, yeah, that's about right. So what are the deterrents now from discharging, from the discharge permit out into the ocean? I mean, isn't it just possible to distribute the discharge into different areas in order to expand the desalination plant? Is that the problem with that, or is it just a regional thing where they only provide Southern California Edison with one permit for that discharge? I mean, can we upgrade the permit to where we're allowed to do that? I know it's expensive, but it's an awfully viable and plentiful water source coming from the ocean. You know?
It's a good question. I think what I understood you to say is we're discharging into one area. Could we perhaps split that and go into in 2 different areas? Again, I think we go back to cost. One, there's a cost for that, to split that infrastructure and pipe it to the ocean. But number 2, we're still at that point relying on very, very expensive water. This here, we're going to spend, or not we're going to spend, this is another agreement I think I've told most of you about, right, that the island company is supporting the finances for this well based on their development plans, much like the desal arrangement you mentioned earlier. This is the same thing that's driving this well. So we as ratepayers are not going to have to fund this $2 million asset. Okay. We're going to reap the benefits of that, but we're not funding it. Now, with the desal plant, we can find ways to perhaps petition the government and get more discharge, get more allocation on our discharge permit, et cetera, but we're still going to end up with 4 to 5 times more expensive water as we go through.
In my opinion, there is a cost still to the rest of us for Edison fronting the money to do this project. They may, of course, say, we'll put the $2 million in to dig this well, but then there's a trade-off for them. They'll get a certain amount of the water allocation, the Conservancy will get their cut, and what's left will be the little bit that the citizens of Avalon get to use for their development or their businesses.
Well, let me put that in
which could be as little as 50 acre-feet.
Well, let me reference what we're talking about here. This well, say, can produce 300 acre-feet of water, all right? To give you an idea,
but we can't use it all.
Right, and last year the island on whole consumed a total of 400 acre-feet. Okay, so what's being discussed between Edison and the island company through the guidelines of the tariffs is that this new well will come online, and the island company will have access to a significant portion of that, maybe 50% for their projects. The other 50% is immediately available to the community. That's 150 acre-feet of water. That's a lot of development.
That's maximum, and that's if we dry up this well, right? That's if we suck every...
That's maximum capacity.
That we dry, and we're not going to do that because we're not going to dry up this well, correct? I mean, it wouldn't be smart to do.
No, I mean, to give you an idea, again, we consumed a total of 400 acre-feet last year. This well can produce perhaps up to 300 acre-feet.
Per year.
Per year.
Per year.
Right, every year. So now, there'll also be a timeline on that allocation to the island company, where they'll have so much time to get those projects in place. After that, the rest of that water all becomes available to the community.
5-year timeline?
We don't, that's still yet to be negotiated.
Okay, that's yet to be, we'd like to know that. And so, is there anybody from the Conservancy here, I mean, from the island company here that represents them, that in the audience, by the way? Is there anybody from the island company that's here? Okay.
I would just say that in addition to the agreement that Edison will have with the island company, to the extent that there's going to be city infrastructure and we have an agreement for a development agreement with the island company, when they come to the city for their permits for what they want to do, we have the ability to condition their development on certain stipulations regarding water. So it's not just, the city's not totally helpless in this. We have the ability through our development agreement and permitting process to require certain things with water. Conditions. So you do have control.
Okay.
Yeah, you still issue the building permits or not, right? What this does is it gets us out of the position we're in where they've got all this new development that they want to create, and there's no way we can support that. There's just no way. It's like when they built Hamilton Cove. There wasn't enough water to support that development. So a new resource had to be developed.
We can't even support the development that's going on right now. That
Well-
we have a serious emergency, possible emergency on our hands right now, especially when I see all the water that's being used for all these construction sites, just thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of gallons, and we're shutting off the water, brushing our teeth, and taking 3-minute showers on low pressure, and we see our water just being dumped into these massive projects that are going on, and people in this community are really concerned about this. Matter of fact, you know, they're suggesting that we propose implementing a stop on all construction projects into the future immediately. I mean, I'm getting pressure for that. So that's where we're at right now. We're really concerned about it. We got a lot of residential homeowners, a lot of landowners, a lot of stakeholders, a lot of restaurant owners, business owners that are really going to be hit hard, and our economy's up hitting hard. Now, I know you got more of your presentation to go, and there's some good things to come, and we do appreciate the gesture of goodwill that the Santa Catalina Island Company is doing by saying, hey, we'll support the $2 million to drill the well, and we'll give you half. But our concern is that half that we're going to get is not going to be that much of a significant amount. So that being said, I want to let you go to town.
So, well, talking about that, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I haven't calculated this out, but 150 acre-feet for everyone outside of the island company. I won't be here when you exhaust that, for sure. I mean, they are the major developer. Most of the larger water allocations go to the island company because they have these major developments. So
well, I think what's frustrating to hear you say that is, here we are with all of this development happening right now, and we sat with business holders who we're now asking them to stop serving water to their guests in their restaurant, to, you know, potentially phase 2 and phase 3 limiting our hotel guests that come over to 11 gallons a day, but yet we're still issuing, because the island company, for example, has allocated water, so we're still issuing water for them to continue developing. I mean, I don't understand how you can tell me that we'll have enough water when we heard this years and years ago, that we will have enough water, and here we are, you know, with no water.
So let's talk about that. My next slide. 50 water agencies in California have already implemented mandatory water rationing or conservation in California. 18 of those 50, including Sacramento and Santa Cruz, have implemented mandatory rationing consisting of water allotments or percent reduction. What we need to understand, and this is just not a Catalina issue, this is a statewide issue. 2013 was the driest year in 123 years in California. The driest year in 123 years. We don't build our infrastructure to handle 1 in 123 year droughts. We don't. We would invest far too much capital, rates would be far higher to do so. The governor has declared a state of emergency across California because of the water shortage. There are 4th and 5th generation farmers in the San Joaquin Valley losing their family businesses because of the water shortage. You know, City of Santa Cruz, one of the reasons they've already implemented a 25% reduction is because they, like us, don't have any ties to any other water systems. They're isolated. So that's why we're a little bit ahead of the pack, but what you're going to see over the coming months is many of these other communities are going to follow suit as well. Many of them already have. This is important to understand. I know I've talked to a few of you recently that weren't familiar with this. This is very, very critical information to understand. This is not a Catalina issue. It's a state of California issue. It's a Western states issue. We are not alone. There are some drastic issues happening amongst other communities, and I recognize we're facing that here. But again, we have always had water. We haven't run out of water, nor do I anticipate us running out of water. We're having the driest year in 123 years. It's anticipated to have an El Nino winter. All right, we're crossing our fingers. We've heard this before, but we're hoping for a lot of rain.
And I'm sorry, I'm not intending to pick on you in any way, shape, or form, but this is obviously the most important issue that the city's facing right now. And I know that all of my team up here, we've all had lines and lines of people waiting to talk to us and want their concerns heard, and of course we have our own too. So, I hope that you understand that's partially why we wanted to hear from you specifically.
Absolutely.
When Edison came to a couple council meetings ago, basically what we heard and what the citizens of Avalon heard was, we're about to go into phase 2 water rationing. Here's what it looks like. Here's what phase 3 looks like, and figure it out. So from my perspective, in a bigger picture, it seems like $2 million to Edison is a drop in the hat. You're a for-profit company. That, whether it can or it can't be spread amongst all the other ratepayers, like we've done potentially in the water rate case. I don't know what the tariff reads. I'll admit I have not read the tariff yet, but I don't want to be beholden to somebody for the water that we get here. And it's hard for me to look at this. This is obvious. We know this. All of us know that this is not just a Catalina issue. But, you've spent a third of that $2 million in new vehicles, a brand new office out at Pebbly Beach, which, I would presume that would be more of a substation if we were on the mainland. So it's hard for me, and it's hard for the residents to look at the money that Edison is spending in new vehicles, in an office, for example, to look at a $2 million investment to dig this well that would provide that water for the citizens, or that we would have the water, not someone else. And then to come up and just tell us that this is an emergency in the whole state. I don't know how to justify that.
Well, those tariffs are the rules of which we're obligated to operate under. So earlier you were talking about how can you be giving away water and this and that. I'm obligated to follow those tariffs, and I do to a T, okay? So whether or not you like it or someone else does or does not like it, those are the rules, and those are the rules I'm gonna follow. So in the case of the Island Company projects, for example, that you're seeing being constructed now, they got that water through the same process anyone else uses, and it was allocated to them prior to the implementation of stage 1 rationing. Now, the fact is, it's taken a long time to construct, so the perception of it is, hey, we're building it when we're headed to stage 2. But the reality of it is, we just went through the process, as the rules state. Now, in the case of, say, buying new trucks or building facilities, what you probably are not aware of is just how much subsidy we provide out here. Most of what we spend on that kind of equipment is charged to the electric utility, which is funded by all our other ratepayers. There are massive, massive subsidies here. So that facility hadn't been touched in, I don't know, we found things that were from the 50s in there when we rebuilt that facility that were in the walls. So we house a lot of employees out there, a lot of office workers. It's not just an industrial facility for instance, like a substation. Those were all expenses, by the way, also approved by the California Public Utilities Commission as prudent and justifiable. So, and we spread those costs amongst all the utilities.
And why can't you spread the cost of digging this new well in the same way?
Well, because that well benefits only the water ratepayers, right? That office is a combined facility. So again, the rules of the tariffs indicate when someone comes to us with a development need for more water and we don't have it, they can build their own resource. That's exactly what you see happening. Because outside of their new development plans, we have been meeting the need for the community, for the island, in terms of water resources.
So when you say that, are you speaking in terms of you provide, the tariff requires you to provide a safe annual yield of water every year to the town, and you're saying you provide, or I'm sorry, are you saying that you provide the safe annual yield as based on what the tariff requires you to provide?
Yes, I'm saying this. California Public Utilities Commission approves the safe annual yield.
Right.
I provide that water, hence we haven't run out of water, right, for the last 50 years. Now there's a need due to the request for further development that I can't provide the water for. So then, as per the rules of the tariffs, that developer can create a new resource, just like the desal plant.
And 25% and 50% reduction is a safe annual yield.
No.
Okay, so knowing that, it's like if I had a home and I knew I was going to have 6 kids, I would try to save up, and then I would, be able to build other bedrooms so that my family could expand. Well, the family of Avalon has expanded by double in however many years, and one of our stewards, you, Edison, didn't seem to let grow with the family. Is that fair?
Well, like I said, over the years, since we've had the utility for 53 years, we have added capacity to the system. I wasn't asked for that previous to the meeting, so I didn't bring those numbers with me, but we have added wells to the system. I'm looking at census numbers. Back in 1930, there were 1,900 people here, right? That's a long time. It's very, very slow growth.
But our visitor counts have doubled.
Yes.
And it's not, we know as residents, we turn the faucet off when we brush our teeth, we take short showers, we conserve water. We, as a small group of 4,000 residents, it is the 850,000 people who, some of them have the mindset of, I'm on vacation, I want to take a bath, I want to have a long hot shower, I want to shower when I wake up, I want to shower after I've been to the beach, whatever that case may be. We as residents do our part, and I think we do due diligence on that, but it's how are we able to provide for what our town is, which is a tourist community? And I think that's the amount that we haven't been able to keep up with. And if we're looking at safe annual yield, when was that, I mean, are we looking at possibly doing some tariff reform here? Because if that safe annual yield number was developed 10 years, 15 years ago, we've clearly come a long way since then. And perhaps the safe annual yield needs to be looked at.
It is being looked at. So I have a consultant going through the safe annual yields and going through and revising those numbers. And we're going to file, once that's completed, that analysis is complete, we're going to file with the commission to make any changes if necessary. We don't know. But when you talk about the visitor numbers, when you talk about 10 years ago, remember what Wayne just showed, right? It was up here, and then it dropped, and now it's back up here. So it's very, very variable. very difficult to plan for. Now we have been meeting those needs until we get to the 123-year drought, or the driest year in 123 years. We're not going to have the capital infrastructure to support that.
How long have we been in, let's just say, I think you've probably been here for about 6 years, 8 years, 6 years, somewhere around
9.
there? How often have we been in phase 1 water rationing?
About a quarter of the time, about 25%. So, the next topic is stage 2. When are we going to get to stage 2? As of last week, the Biddle Ranch Reservoir is at 363 acre-feet. So we're revising our forecast that was published about 6 weeks ago. And part of that was because in the month of March, we actually used a lot less water than we did the last couple of years in the month of March. Our traditional forecast model is based on a 3-year average, a month-by-month 3-year average, and it shows us reaching stage 2 in August. Okay, so that is A right here. Now, something Wayne just showed you, which was an increase in visitor count of as much as 30% we've seen year to date. Don't know if that's going to continue, but say worst case scenario, well, worst case in terms of water availability, it does. And that trend continues. We'll hit 300 acre-feet, which is the threshold for stage 2 in July.
But it originally started in June? That was a forecast?
Right.
Or
But
was that-
because we had a really good March, which was significantly less consumption, we pushed that to between July and August based on what happens with the visitors. So we are working closely with the city and the chamber on developing a wide array of public awareness materials that are going to be very, very widely distributed. I also had a conversation with Greg Bombard, and we're going to focus heavily on trying to get the word to the visitors before they even reach the island. And he's very open to that. So we're looking at, talking about doing things like putting up big banners when the visitors are sitting there waiting in line, not doing anything else but kind of looking around. And perhaps once they get in the vessel, is having some materials that's readily available to them. So by the time they reach the mole here in Avalon, they're fully aware of the situation we're in. Now, stage 3. The blue line is a 3-year average. So if nothing changes and we just continue on a 3-year average, we end up in stage 3 in December. Now, if the increase in visitor count continues at a 30% increase, as Wayne showed us, that'll push us to November. However, the green line is if we take care and really do our part, all of us, on stage 2 and make the reductions and drop our consumption by 25%. Actually, this is showing a 20% net reduction. We will push out stage 3 to April of next year. So that's the impact of taking stage 2 seriously and reducing consumption by 25%. It has an enormous impact.
2 questions.
Okay.
Does this assume 0 rain?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Second question is, while this island has seen an increase in visitor counts, those have been during the shoulder months. And there's a certain capacity in terms of boats and hotels during the summer months that we're already, there's only so many people.
Right.
And so how likely is it that we'll receive a 30% increase over the shoulder month? During the summer when we're pretty much at capacity anyway.
I would agree that that's probably, in terms of water, worst case.
Okay.
Right. I've talked to enough people to understand the same thing, that I don't think it's likely sustainable to see a 30% increase through the summer months, as we're seeing it because we had such a beautiful off-season in terms of weather. And I think we also had some increase in cruise ship visits as well. Okay, any questions on that?
Audience have any questions?
Oh, wait,
We-
he's got more presentation.
Oh,
We
no,
have
just
one
on
more.
this part. Just
Yeah,
on
we have
this
one more topic, which
Oh.
Jeff's going to talk about the details of the
Hold that
variance
question, Lisa.
request process.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
I'll
Audience.
turn it over to Jeff.
Okay.
You're going to come back, right, Ron? Okay.
Good evening. Jeff Lawrence, project manager for Southern California Edison, overseeing the Stage 2 rationing project. So when we were here in early April, we discussed how the rationing looked, and it was a 25% water reduction from customers' baseline usage. And the baseline period we're defining as the year preceding entering Stage 1 rationing. That should provide us a period of time before people implemented conservation efforts from Stage 1. We already know people were very frugal with their water usage, but what we didn't want to do was unfairly penalize people that took the Stage 1 seriously, implemented some water conservation efforts, and then they have an unfair baseline. So that's why we're going back pre-Stage 1 for our baseline period. So after the Memorial Day holiday, we're distributing letters to all island customers, and it's going to have in there what their water allotment is based on that baseline period, including the 25% reduction over that. That should, based on our forecast that Ron just shared with you, that should give everyone a minimum of 2 months to prepare before the water allotments are implemented.
Can people contest that? I mean, let's say things change within the home, some kids move back into the house, or
Yeah, that's part of these slides that I'll get to
Okay.
in just a moment. Thank you. So a segue to that, the variance request process is going to be in the water allotment letters, a form, the variance request form will be included in that letter. And that is intended for people that have concerns about the water allotment that they're assigned. They'll be able to apply for that variance. So if they apply within the next couple weeks, we'll have a decision on their water allotment before we actually implement Stage 2. We'll be able to respond to a variance request within about 4 weeks.
When do they have to apply for the variance?
Right, they can apply at any time. Yeah, once they receive the letters, they can apply at any time. We'll provide a decision on that variance request, and should the customer be unsatisfied with our response, there is an appeals process through the California Public Utilities Commission.
And does the rationing go into effect while they're under appeal, or is it sort of held until the appeal is complete?
So when we are in receipt of a variance request, the tariff allows for a temporary water allotment. And for a residential customer, it is 30 gallons of water, potable water per person per day if they're on a saltwater toilet system, 50 gallons per person per day if they're on a freshwater toilet system. So that'll be in effect during our variance request review period. So what we want to do is provide the council and members at the meeting here with information that's going to be requested in that variance request process, and also provide some tips on information you should include for consideration for your variance request. Part of the form will be a certification that all possible water conservation devices have been installed. Your faucet aerators, shower heads, those type of things. We want certification that those have been installed and are in use. We know that since the baseline period, conditions may change. You may have relocated from one property to another, and the previous occupants in that house may have been a household of 2 and you're a household of 4. If occupants have changed in your own family, you have additional family members living with you, that's a consideration as well. And if you have any special medical needs, medical requirements, all those will be considerations in the variance request process. We just ask that you provide the supporting documentation for us to provide a response and give you the appropriate consideration. And then as we know, there's a lot of unique circumstances. They'll be considered on a case-by-case basis. We just need to see the explanation and justification for it. We can't account for every possible situation. So we will provide the unique analysis on each individual request that we receive. What I want to encourage everyone, though, is the justification should be on my baseline is too low of a baseline, not I can't accommodate the 25% rationing. We want to focus on what the water allotment was based on the allotment, based on the baseline period. So if I had an unreasonable baseline amount, include justification on that. We want to partner with everybody because we know this is going to be a painful process. But if we receive too many requests that the 25% reduction is not feasible, phase 2 rationing will not be successful. And as Ron showed you before, we're trying to extend the likelihood of having to enter stage 3 rationing and get us in through the rainy season next year. So we do need to be aware that there is rationing that's going to be required. And so the process is really to go through the water allotment baseline period and adjust that appropriately.
Are we the only city within this district that's going to phase 2 in this Edison district?
We don't have
Oh,
any
the
other...
only water. Okay, the stupid
Yeah.
question. I'm sorry, excuse me. Sorry, okay. So I have a question. Is there any way to do the variances local, which might expedite the process a little bit?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if they do the variances, I imagine they're going to be going to the mainland to do the variances.
Oh, no, yeah, we'll be doing locally in our office here.
You'll do everything locally?
Yeah.
Okay, good, okay.
Yeah, we've actually brought on a resource purely dedicated for code enforcement and the variance request process.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Any questions on the variance process?
And before we go to audience questions, I just want to ask one more I'm sorry, Jeff, not of you, actually of Ron. One more request that we had was sort of a white paper on water allocations, how Edison determines that, what it means, who's got them, how much.
So that's being developed. We've been kind of busy with preparing for stage 2, so I apologize. We'll get that. There's not been a lot of water allocation work going on right now because we are in rationing, but yeah, we can do that.
And is it possible to get a copy, or does the city have a copy of the original agreements with Edison as to the desalinization plant?
The Hamilton Cove agreement?
I know we have the Hamilton Cove Development Agreement, but with regards to who's maintaining the desal plant, who...
We obviously have a copy of that agreement between
probably
Edison and
easier to get it
Hamilton
from Ron.
Cove Development Company, and I think the Island Company has a copy of it.
Could we get a copy?
I will, I don't see why not, but let me go through the proper channels to make sure I can hand that over.
Okay.
I got some questions too.
Ron, just one question.
Go ahead, be my guest.
On the, talking about the well being drilled out there, and it's obvious that the Island Company's banking heavy on it. The permit process, is that going on now, and how long is it gonna take for that to go through?
Good question. We don't know. And I say that because we're taking this 2-stage process. We actually had a meeting this morning with some of my permit folks out of our headquarters along with the Island Company to talk about where we're at and where we need to go next. But there's a couple permits that are necessary, and because of the temporary quote-unquote test nature of this test well, we think we'll be able to get through that in a pretty expedient process. And when I say expedient, that, you know, we're talking probably a couple of months.
Oh, a couple of months.
Yeah. Now, that we're hoping. Now, beyond that, to get the production well permitted, that's going to take much longer.
Correct.
Okay, you said once, if we absolutely do drill this well, the bedrock well, there's a timeline that SCI has the rights to their water And we spoke earlier, and I would like to know, 5 years was thrown in the mix. Okay, so we want to keep up on what that date is, okay, or how many years that is going to be as soon as that date is known.
Sure.
Okay, my next point is that there's discussions going on with the Conservancy, the Island Company, Edison. City's hasn't been involved in that, and I want to make sure that in the future the city is notified and we get a say-so in these meetings, and because these are really important discussions that are formulating the future of every single person in this room and every single person who owns, operates, has an interest in the businesses in Avalon and an interest in the water supply on this island. We want to know what's being said in these meetings. We want to know what's being negotiated between Edison and the Island Company and the Conservancy. Because right now, a lot of people, including us 5 up here, are feeling like we're being left out of the loop on this, and that is a bad thing. I'll tell you why. Because we own the water. We're the ones that own the water. You own the distribution rights. The people on this panel are representing the people who own that water, and we want to know what's going on with it. Okay, so in the future, when you guys do have meetings, we want to be part of it. I know I do. And the mayor can select anyone from this panel that she wants to possibly participate in this, but there's a lot of people in this island that really want to be part of that because we want to know what's being discussed. And because, for one, it's if we're being left out, we're being left out.
Well, actually, Councilman, if I could interject briefly, I have to. Edison has been forthright, and so has the Island Company, in letting us know that they are meeting and giving just a brief heads up as to the nature of the discussion.
So why haven't we had anybody present that is representing us on this panel right here?
I have been present at a couple meetings, but it's been largely what Ron's been talking about. The first topic at hand has been primarily this covenant that they're trying to address between the Island Company and Edison about getting that well started, and it wasn't really something for the city to necessarily be involved with because it wasn't an agreement involving the city. So they've apprised me of their progress. It's been slow, it's been steady, and then they know, Edison does, the Island Company does, that water's of a big concern to the city council, and that if they need to bring us in, they certainly will. But I don't think he's been remiss in feeding us information or providing. It's just been very slow going.
Okay, we need to be brought in. As of tonight on forward, we need to be brought in. When the water levels, and if they do, go back up and we have a full reservoir and our aquifers are full, which system will we utilize at that point? Are we going to still do the bedrock aquifer? Are we going to go back to the 3 aquifers that are low level, the uvial aquifers?
The intent today, of course, I'm saying this without having tested that deep bedrock well yet.
Right.
But the idea is we would stick with what we've got, with the alluvial aquifers as a primary resource,
okay,
supplemented by the deep well.
And
then finally you have the desal plant, right?
Okay.
So again, that water is very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
It is still a resource. We still will use it. At the time when the reservoir is full, it wouldn't make sense to use that water. But as the reservoir declines, if necessary, we will certainly use the desal plant.
I think for the people of Avalon, they want to keep that desalination plant up and running at as high a capacity as we can, or whatever's really good enough. It's the old saying, use it or lose it. We already know that when we don't use it, we're going to lose it. And we already know that if we run that at high capacity, it's going to supplement our water supply, and the water supply from these 2 aquifers down at Middle Ranch is not going to run low as fast. So my suggestion would be to keep that desalination plant running as full of capacity, and actually that would give us a more viable water supply into the future. People are really concerned about that.
So let's talk about that in a minute. If the reservoir's full and we're spilling over, right? It means there's no more capacity in those aquifers up there. And the desal plant brings in water from the opposite direction. And so what it does is it slows down the use of our alluvial aquifer up in Middle Ranch. it wouldn't make a lot of sense to run those motors and bring in this 5 times more expensive water at a time we're spilling and wasting water up there. So the idea is to get the use out of those alluvial aquifers, the inexpensive water, until that reservoir starts heading down. And then what we're not going to do is, like you said, let that thing shut down and go in disrepair. That's a valuable, valuable resource. It helps keep, we'd be in stage 2 long ago had it not been for that desal plant.
This is your opinion. Are you an expert at this?
At what? At operating a water system?
At
I am,
water
yes.
supplies?
Yes.
You are an expert?
I am responsible for the management of the operation and maintenance of this water system. So yes, I'm an expert at operating and maintaining a water utility.
Because it's right now, it seems to me, my common sense is telling me that if we continue to run that desalination plant, it's going to slow down the fact the water levels at Middle Ranch from depleting. Because right now, even if it's 2 months, if we could just buy 2 months right now to get us out of stage 2, people would feel a lot better about this. So I'm saying time is of the essence, and if we could slow down that water from running out and buy some water in town and keep that desalination plant, that's our ace in the hole, is what it is what we're finding right now.
I agree with you, Joe, and that's what we're doing, is we bought a lot of time with that thing.
Okay.
But the problem is, at a couple $100,000 a year to run those electric motors, you see that on your bill. Okay, so there's a balance there, and that's where this new well is going to provide a lot more water at a lot less cost.
I think people would almost be willing to suck up that couple $100,000 for the trade-off of a more viable water supply on the island, and then thinking about in the future taking that desalination plant and upgrading it and making it work for us and keeping it as our ace in the hole, because that's my.
I agree. We're not going to get rid of that resource.
Okay.
We're going to keep it. We're going to operate it. We just may not operate. We may do the maintenance when that reservoir's full. We're going to take that down and overhaul it.
Thanks a lot for coming up here and giving us a piece of your mind and your expertise, and letting us grill you like this. It's a really honorable thing of you to do, and I appreciate that.
No problem. Thank you.
And the people of Avalon do as well, and because we wanted to know some important things, and we're going to want to know into the future some important things as well, and we're going to stay diligent on how this is going to play out, because we have to know. Okay.
Agreed.
All right.
Agreed. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Ron, one other question. I got, with all the different projects that the Island Company has going on, and the water being taken from the other properties to go to a certain project that's going to be built, for instance, the Arcade Deli, whatever that is. So what happens in that situation? So you go out and calc out how much water is coming out of that property, that parcel, for the usage of the that water inside the bakery down there. You got to calc that out, and then they lose the water rights to that land parcel, correct?
The bakery and the thing in the arcade.
Just as an example.
Okay, because I don't remember about the
but
status.
it's just an
of that.
example. They have that's one of the projects, because they've never had anything in there. They've had no water rights to that in there at all. So where are they getting the water rights for that project?
What I don't know, I don't remember offhand whether that ever got an allocation or not. I just don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember. If it did, it was an extremely small allocation. But that would have been prior to stage 1. Okay, I don't recall off the top of my head. But I think what you're talking about is, for instance, the spa.
Sure.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's being developed. Right. They got their allocation fair and square, just like anyone else, prior to the implementation of stage 1. Now, when I write an allocation approval letter, I CC Amanda here at the city on every one of them, and they all say the same thing. This allocation is approved and will be honored even in stage 1 rationing. However, in advanced stages of rationing, i.e. 2, 3, and 4, it will not be honored. Which really what that means is they can finish building and establish service there as long as we're in stage 1 rationing. Not a problem, which is what they're doing. The question is, what if they don't get that done in time and we're in stage 2? Okay? So there's a provision in the tariff that allows a special agreement to be made in cases like this. And what that special agreement was recently made and CC'd to the city is that if they should find themselves in that situation where they need to, their construction took longer than anticipated and stage 2 came and they need to open up, they are willing to give up water at other facilities to compensate for that.
On their property.
On their properties.
Which they don't have any water rights to their property after that.
Exactly. So they eliminate that and they lose the right to that property. So in the letters clearly state that what will happen is if they want that water back, they'll have to go through the allocation process just like everybody else.
And go to the back of the line, right?
They will go to the end of the waiting list.
And you had stated that for example, for the spa, if this happened, that they were going to turn off the water at Hiawatha Park and at Peoples Park. I mean, at...
I think it's Bird Park.
Bird Park, yes.
Yes.
And you said at those. Do each of those sites have meters on them?
They
Hiawatha
do.
Park has a meter, and
They do.
Okay.
And so we took our numbers, that we read those meters every month, and we went in our database and validated the numbers to make sure that they match.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me just play the bad guy once. I've never done that. So now with the stage 2 water rationing, right? You can't build after that. But you're saying it was going to be, I was thinking it was going to be in June.
Right.
Second stage, right? So now it's been moved up to August 14th. It seems kind of fishy with the project going out at Descanso. It's getting pretty close to getting done. And all of a sudden we went from June to August. I mean, I don't know.
It's just
Tell me how that works.
I publish the level in the
just my
reservoir.
observation, and-
I publish that level in the reservoir every week, Councilman Hernandez. So you'll be able to watch and see exactly when that hits
And
300
all
acre
these
feet.
numbers are all available to anybody? For us?
Well, like I said, I publish those reservoir levels every week in the newspapers. So what we're trying to do is be as accurate as we can in forecasting when that'll hit. It's going to hit when it hits. Our forecast may be right, it may be wrong, but we're giving the best we can so everyone can prepare.
So is it possible that it could start sooner than August 14th?
Yes, I think
Or 14th,
that
I'm sorry.
given...
Possibly?
Let me see if I can bring this back up.
Thank you.
Sorry, Steve.
Oh, sorry. Stage 2 forecast, item number B, 2013 water consumption with projected 30% tourism increase, shows it in July.
So is it possible to get end earlier with doing all your checks and stuff? Or started, I'm sorry.
It's an estimate. So
That's an estimate.
Yeah, it is a forecast, it's an estimate. Our original forecast, we had June as our implementation date. Our April water sales came in lower than what we were forecasting. We're trying to forecast visitors to the island, we're trying to forecast water sales, we're including the production from the desalination plant. It's not an exact science, but we did benefit from some surprisingly low water sales in April that we were surprised because based on the tourism we expected to exceed 2013's water sales, and actually April 2013, 2014 were identical. So we adjusted our forecast based on that.
And so I even mentioned how we came up with that forecast was a 3-year average. So we looked at 3 years of May, 3 years of June, 3 years of July, 3 years of August, the past 3 years, and took an average of that. And that's what we used for that forecast on the blue line. And then we just projected a 30% increase in tourism, and that took us to July.
Okay. Thanks, Ron.
Okay.
So we may actually benefit too, that they may get pushed out to September.
Maybe, right.
You know, how, with that water conservation gets word out to the tourists, which we intend to do.
So-
To get the word out that we are in preparation for stage 2 rationing. Please do your part and consider that.
Okay, that was my question.
I'm going to just, I got 2 more things. One of them is I want to state on the record, I'm still concerned about the buffalo. They're roaming in our water, in our Thompson Reservoir down in Middle Ranch. And if there's anybody from the Conservancy listening, maybe they could set up some water troughs outside of our drinking water area so the buffalo don't defecate and urinate in our water supply. I'm really concerned about that. I've been telling these guys this for months now. And Ron, you as well know, you've listened to me and you've researched what it would cost to put a fence up around our top water storage area. I'm really concerned about that. I've seen those buffalo. They're huge. They're bulls, and they defecate multiple times in our top water storage area. So with that being said, let's encourage the Conservancy to work on getting their buffalo out of there. I don't care if they got to send guys in there every day with can shakers to get them out of there, but I think a little encouragement would help. That way we don't have to spend the $500,000 on the fence to put around there. Maybe we could put up some kind of a crude barbed wire fence. Okay, and then my next question is for Jeff, Mr. Lawrence. As far as our water saving campaign and exposure to the people who are coming over here and things like that, what do you guys have a motto? Do you have like every drop counts? Is there something like that we can just tell the visitors that, man, we're trying to save water over here, and where we don't have to make it a demonizing thing. We can make it actually a good thing. Like, you're coming to Catalina, it's an eco-friendly community. We're really concerned about our environment and our water, and you can help us, so.
Yeah, Ben, do you remember that slogan? Or Denise?
Do we have a slogan?
Yeah, if I could really quick. So Edison and the Chamber and the city have been working together, and what I liked about it, I don't remember the slogan, Councilmember Sampson. What I do remember was the graphic was very illustrative. It was this water droplet, and you just focused your attention that water was scarce. You needed to pay attention to it. Wayne,
but there was a
very
couple
helpful and
word slogan.
Do you remember the slogan, Wayne?
Be water wise.
No.
That's
gonna that whole program is
new one.
We're going to revise the
brand
slogan
new,
to get renewed energy around the new.
You know what? I have in my email, I believe, Jeff's presentation, council member, so I can share with you the draft. They're going to fine tune it, but I think you'll see that it hits the spot.
That's important. What people see, and if we get that out on every table. And that can really help us out.
In fact, the plan is to actually replace that old banner that's been up there for 10 or 15 years with a new one.
Okay.
I know there are people in the audience here today, and I know there's hoteliers, which is different. We sometimes think from a residential perspective, and hotels, but this is your time to come up and ask questions and be involved.
Lisa Love. Yeah.
The slogan is use less, use wisely.
Use less, use wisely. Okay. Thank you.
Catalina Island Stage 2 mandatory water rationing is in effect. Use less, use wisely. There's no water to waste. And it has a water droplet that is a common theme through banners, posters, window cleans, table tents, placards that we're going to distribute to all visitors.
Okay.
Very nice.
In the meantime, we're going to have some transitional materials in anticipation of implementing Stage 2. We don't want to lose an opportunity to notify all the tourists before we implement Stage 2.
Right.
Distributing those materials in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay.
That's a great slogan, and I think it should probably be on every confirmation letter, every Catalina Express confirmation that gets emailed to anyone, on the bottom of the Chamber's website page, if every business that is a Chamber member or not a Chamber member would be willing to add that to their website. I think that's a fantastic way to get it out. As speaking from Avalon Beautiful, we were talking about actually discussing with Greg the possibility of having a description of what is happening on the island. Very friendly. Welcome to Catalina. We're excited you're here, along with all the information of having to meet for your boat 45 minutes early when you return. Please make sure you're keeping an eye on your water consumption. We're in the state of California. We're trying to be eco-friendly in our city. If it can be verbalized, perhaps they'll hear it. I don't know that the pamphlets are going to do a whole lot of good, unfortunately. So if that's a possibility. Second, the allocation white paper I am highly in favor of as a planning commissioner. My question would be, with regards to allocations, when you are making those agreements and approving the allocation, it's not like the drought was a surprise. We knew it was coming. Everyone's known it's been coming for quite a while. It was forecasted, just like we forecast for everything else. Why is it that allocations are still being granted if you know it's coming? Thank you.
So the tariffs, which is the place to start to understand how this allocation process works, obligates me to provide allocations prior to stage one. It also obligates me or keeps me from providing allocations once we are in stage one. So what you're seeing, again, the development that you see and the construction you see out there were allocations that were approved prior to stage one. Even, I mean, they could come in the day before. I don't have an option but to play by the rules so it's fair and consistent for everybody. That's the demarcation line, is when we initiated stage one rationing.
And when was the last time when were the tariffs developed, or the last time they were revised?
They were revised in 2010. And I remember that because what happened is the California Public Utilities Commission came out with a revised guidance document. And that part of that guidance document said for those communities that are what we in Avalon know as stage one, they revised what they were proposing that we implement. For example, it used to say when you wash your cart, you'd have to use a 3-gallon bucket. They revised that to say a 3-gallon bucket or a hose with a fast-acting shut-off valve. Because I think what they found is you can actually use less water. You can be more efficient with that water, with that handle and with that nozzle than you can a 3-gallon bucket. So there was a lot of things like that that we took and revised the tariffs with.
Okay. Thank you. Wayne?
Ron, you mentioned that the capacity of the desal plant is somewhat limited by the amount of saltwater discharge back into the ocean. Has there been an attempt, or might it not be a good idea to go to the regulatory agencies, knowing that this drought situation isn't just us, it's, as you showed, it's affecting the entire state, and perhaps ask for a 3-month waiver on the amount of discharge? In other words, increase the amount you can discharge for a 3-month period of time in order to help us forestall future reductions in consumption?
Very good question. Unfortunately, that discharge permit is only one part of the equation. So those units today produce, they're running at absolute maximum capacity. The permit, with the discharge permit we have, is set to that, actually very, very slightly above. But so that unit produces 200,000 gallons of water a day at maximum capacity, which it's running today at maximum capacity. That equates to so many hundreds of thousands of gallons of discharge. And our limit is based on that 100% operation of that desal plant. So if we were to say, okay, we want to run it more and produce more, the discharge permit's only one part of that. Then you know, that's the first step. And then you'd have to go build additional capacity. But the plant is running at full capacity.
And let me ask a quick question. When it was shut off for 2 years, because I don't know how water works, but when it was shut off for 2 years, that means does that mean that there would be 200 acre-feet more water in there had we not turned it off?
No, it produces 200,000 gallons a day.
2,000, okay.
200,000 gallons a day.
And there's so many gallons in
325,000 gallons in an acre
feet. So
right.
We would have only had 6 or 7 more acre feet.
Well,
No.
we produce an average of about 15 to 18 acre feet a month with that desal plant. Okay. But the fact is, we had run that plant almost to death for 4 or 5 years preceding that.
Right.
So virtually the whole thing needed to be rebuilt, which we did. The other thing is we took that opportunity when the reservoir was full to take that unit down and do that maintenance.
I see. Okay, excellent.
And again, it was only down for how long, Ron? 2 years?
It was
3 years?
about 2 years or
About
so.
2 years.
Yeah, we replaced almost every part in that thing.
So it was people's perception that you guys just let it go down and just kept it that way, and then it deteriorated to the point to where it had to be rebuilt? Is that just not true?
No, we ran it solid for 4 or 5 years, nonstop. And you can't run a mechanical device like that for 4 or 5 solid years without taking it down for maintenance.
Right.
Okay.
10 years ago, they lost it.
Rock Goslin.
All right. That's when I was, yeah. Maybe that's when I was referring.
Rock Goslin, 318 Whitley. Ron, you're probably the number one person I don't want to be today. Thank you for your input. There was a lot of insights that I was looking at, but I just keep hearing and watching the tail wag the dog. We keep wringing our hands about wringing more water out of new resources. I met repeatedly with members of this body, your predecessors, and we could have had water reclamation going in this town years ago, and it kept being put off. The money spent on water reclamation and putting treated water into our saltwater system years ago would have solved this. The math that was presented today shows me that there's 170 acre feet a year of fresh potable water that never made it into the sewer system. That means that we're putting 170 acre feet a year of water sales from Edison onto the ground, onto washing our vehicles, onto doing other things that don't make it into the sewer system. There are communities all over the world that are using reclaimed water, but they only use a very, very small portion of that water. Why? Because they can't get it to the end user. We already have that system in place. We could be washing our cars, watering our plants, washing down our buildings, keeping our city clean, flushing our toilets with reclaimed water, and we're still not. And it's the cheapest, fastest, easiest way to replace necessary fresh water. And there's other people that are stakeholders in this community that need that salt taken out of the system. Besides our sewer treatment plant and our sewer collection systems being decimated by the salt in the system, you have a partner in your solid waste management company that would really like to look at producing an anaerobic digester for this community to solve our solid waste issues, but they can't take on the sludge from our sewer system because of the salt in it, or the sludge still can't be used in our composting system because of the salt. It has to go and be direct buried. Nothing can be done with it. Further exasperating yet another finite source, and that's our solid waste disposal site. It would be much faster, much cheaper, much cleaner, much more eco-friendly to reclaim what we're throwing away every day than to spend millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of gallons worth of diesel to produce power to try and work this effort out to get new water. We've got to stop focusing on wringing new water out of exhausted resources. We are throwing away, I didn't see anyone from ES here, but the last number was confirmed to me. We're throwing away 470 acre feet a year out the sewer outfall. That's obscene. So we have no way of avoiding what's coming down now, but there's a lot of culpable people here, and it's not just Edison.
Rock, thank you very much. I did learn the other day that David Cleary,
Environmental Strategies
said that they have been working on a reclaimed water proposal or research paper that's supposed to be coming out around August. So that was kind of new. I'm not sure where that's going, and I don't know where it's actually being done. If it's-
Yes, the city okayed that money to be spent on that study, yes.
Yeah, so that might be helpful, along with, I know you and you've got another great core of people that are very much interested in this, and I think
I've had people that do this all over the United States and all over the world talk to some of your predecessors. They were willing and ready to come in on their own dime and not charge this community until the water flowed out of the tertiary plant at our specifications. We had the opportunity to make a 24/7, 365 riparian habitat through the middle of this canyon. We can have water hazards in the golf course that recharge the aquifer in this canyon so that the island company can water that golf course to death without using a saline contaminated well. We can water our plants, wash our cars, wash our streets, and use all of this reclaimed water. Again, 170, David Cleary, if you want to go through the math and all of the really heavy-duty chemistry of what's being discharged, the rough math shows 170 acre-feet a year of Edison's sales never found their way into the sewer system. So we need that much water to try and keep this community clean and green.
Yes.
So there's where your water went.
Is that how you process a reclaimed water? It's tertiary treated, so it's a trickle down system? Is that?
That's the general term for it.
Okay.
But the true chemistry, the true hardware, the true processing of the water depends on what are you feeding this secondary treatment system and what is it that you're trying to get out of it. So you show the equipment manufacturer and operator what you're going to feed him. You tell him what you want from it.
I see.
That's up to him.
I see. So we could actually take it to any level we want. We could take it to either irrigation level or actually good drinking water as well.
Well, you're never going to get everybody past the ick factor. You have to let Mother Nature touch it. If you read studies on what's happening in Lake Mead and with Las Vegas, all the water that hits Las Vegas, if it doesn't wind up trickling into the earth or evaporating into the atmosphere, is treated, it's cleaned, it's sent down a wash that goes back into Lake Mead. The fish get to play with it again, and it's pumped right back into Las Vegas.
So in theory, we could just take this water, put it in our saltwater reservoirs as they are now.
Yeah.
And
you get rid of the salt.
And get rid of the salt.
You get rid of the salt. You bring it into the system. The laws have already been changed in Sacramento to allow us to put this water in homes.
This should save people money in their plumbing costs, and then it'd save the city money in our sewer treatment plant, correct?
Yeah,
and then there's all the sewer lines.
And then there's a couple hundred acre feet a year that Edison doesn't have to spend money on pumping into town, because we only have to pump it up to 600 feet to get it over the ridge into this canyon from the wastewater treatment facility instead of up to the top of the summit. You've got other factors. You've got cost savings. You can now go through and retrofit every business in this town, slap a meter on my hotels, and I will start watering our gardens with it immediately, and I'll pay for that water. And it's going to be cheaper than squeezing it from salt water. And it's going to be cheaper than digging a new well into fossil water reserves.
You know, we could sit here and talk about this all night. So why don't we, and moving on, Rock, thank you so much. Joe, this is up your alley. This is one of your babies.
Absolutely.
And, and I think you and Rock, and I know there's Gene Trapp, there's a bunch of people, there's John Council, there's a lot of people that are very, very interested in this that I think you ought to get with. And
yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate that input from Rocky, and we absolutely need it. It comes at a time when we're stimulated by this because these conversations don't come up when our reservoirs are full. So, everybody who's an expert here, Ron, that is, Ron Height, and then Rocky has done his homework as well. I could certainly use a little sit down with you and maybe talk about where we can go with this and where we start. And I know it will come back to the land that we need, but all the same, we need water and we have land. I'm looking around and there's a lot of open land, and I think you have a good idea there. So yeah, I'd be.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes, please.
Hi, my name's Jenny Armstrong, 73 Gaviota. I was one of about 25 business members who attended a meeting on April 30th, I believe, Wednesday, that was scheduled to accommodate an Edison representative who never showed up at the meeting. So Wayne did his best to facilitate. And a couple of things that we talked about there were not brought up tonight. One of the first ones was that in the second stage of water rationing, in the first offense, there was a written warning. I'm kind of going from memory. I didn't bring the paperwork with me. There's a written warning. Second, and this is if you don't reduce 25% for businesses, which is basically what I'm thinking about and talking about tonight. First offense, written warning. Second offense, a water restrictor, and a $250 fine to turn your water back on. And I don't know what the water restrictor entails. I would be interested to know. What does that completely shut your water off? Does it reduce it 50%? What does that mean? I don't know. And I don't think Wayne knew at the time. And then the third offense was the water restrictor is left on. So if they are going, and there's another thing that was not discussed this evening, which Wayne talked about, was that on the water allocation is given to you from May of 2012 to June of 2013, which was a depressed time here. So we're looking at visitor counts that are going through the roof, up 30%. And we're supposed to go back to a year for water allocation in a depressed time, and now we're looking at a time of prosperity, and we're not going to be able to accommodate these people because we're going to be shut down, basically. We might as well turn the lights off and leave until we get some rain. We've been here a long time. My husband and I have been in business here a long time. We've been here at least 3 or 4 other serious times that I can remember. So the state drought, okay, it's a drought, but we've been in this situation before. And it seems like every time we do, we get the water back and the building starts again, and then we're back in the same situation. And I don't care if they drill a well, I don't care what kind of water they find. If this keeps happening and we get the water, the building starts again, we'll be here again because we have limited water supply. So another thing that we talked about was that the water rates were going to go through the roof. As much as we conserve back, our water rates are going to be astronomical. So I'd like that addressed. I'd like to know what our water rates are going to go up to. I also want to know, I really want to do my part. We're water Nazis. I mean, even when we're not in water rationing, we have buckets in our shower. When we're getting the water hot, the water goes on the plants. I mean, all the time. We're just in that mode all the time. So we have to cut back 25%. I see a lot of building going on in town. I see a lot of new building commencing. And, I may be stupid, but we don't have any water. And I'm wondering, these new businesses that are slated to open in the next 6 to 8 months, what is their restriction going to be? Because they don't have any history. How much water are they going to be allocated? I'd like to know that too. Because it doesn't seem, I want to do my part. I love this community. I've lived here a long time. I've raised my kids here. But it doesn't seem equitable to me, and it doesn't seem right, and it doesn't make me really feel good about doing my part because it seems like it's very inequitable. And I don't know, maybe I'm not looking at it correctly, but that's just how it seems to me. So I'm just really concerned for the future. We get more water. Oh, and I don't know if you saw the front page of the Times last week, but they're talking about how draining the aquifers in the Central Valley in California is causing increased seismic activity too. So that was on the front page of the Times last week, and something that, might want to be looked into, because that wouldn't be a lot of fun, increasing seismic activity over here if we drain our aquifer. I don't know, maybe they can address that. There was a study done, and it was, like I said, on the front page of the Times and on the news. So anyways, I got a lot of concerns for the town. I want to do my part, but boy, it gets tougher and tougher. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jenny.
All right, Jenny, keep me honest here if I miss anything. I'll try to answer all your questions. The flow restricting device will reduce water flow by up to 50%. So it's not a shut off. It's simply a flow restricting device. It would shut your business down? It's a practice typical of other utilities, either a substantial amount of fines or a flow restricting device. It's not a isolated issue in Catalina. It is a practice that the PUC acknowledges in a lot of their water rationing materials. And what we hope is that we're providing enough information that we don't have to obviously install these flow restricting devices. It's the last thing we want. Allotment for new businesses. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, but if we're into stage 2, they'll have to exchange something, right, to be put online.
So I think the question was, how do we formulate their allocation when it's a new business? And that's a really good question. And all we have to go by are the formulas in the tariffs. So the formulas in the tariff state, if it's a house, it has this much water per bedroom and per bathroom. If it's a retail space, it's this much per square feet, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It takes into account, you know, square footage, bedrooms, bathrooms, showers, all that kind of stuff. So it's a formula, and it's the best we've got. It was, again, from the California Public Utilities Commission and their guidance in how we calculate these. Now, could it be more, could it be less? Absolutely, but that's what we're using, and that's how we give any allocation, whether it be a business or a residence.
So to answer Janie's question, would that be you would base her rates or her allocations on similar sized businesses, or
No. So Jeff's going to talk about that, and that has to do with the baseline period.
Oh.
Back in 2012, and a 25% reduction from that.
It's a little more complicated. All right.
Yeah. So as far as the baseline period that was established, that is precisely why we have the variance request process. If there are, because we don't want to create any equities with the allotments that are assigned. So I realized tourism wasn't, we weren't seeing the type of rate of tourism that we are this year. So that's why there's a justification process if the water allotment is insufficient from the baseline period to this period of time that we'll review and consider. Okay. You had asked a question also that your baseline period you weren't experiencing the visitors to the island. Yeah. So the tariff allows for, it doesn't allow for it, it specifies how we calculate the allotment. There's a formula for determining what the occupancy rate is for a hotel. It's based on the rate of occupancy and then a number of gallons per occupant for that establishment. So that's all built into Schedule 14.1 for calculating that water allotment for a new hotel, for instance.
And then she's, I guess, wondering, since they haven't had an allotment, though, would they all of a sudden, with whatever you've given them, have to have a 25% reduction to be off the top? Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. And you'll see the calculation in stage 2, stage 3, stage 4 provides for a lower allotment depending on the stage that you're in.
Okay. And I had volunteered to sign up for one of those water restrictors because you said it only took a couple of minutes to install. I think it would be interesting, if it only takes a couple of minutes to install, to try it out somewhere else besides in my home to see exactly what we're up against. I mean, it might be an interesting concept to see what 50% reduction feels like.
Mm-hmm.
So we plan on doing that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
As soon as we get them in, we'll contact you.
Okay. Whoa.
And then, Jenny, I'm not familiar with the article in the LA Times. We would have to look into that before we could comment.
Leslie?
I'm sorry, one of the other concerns that Jenny had that hasn't been addressed yet, which was talked about in this meeting, the general concern was if we're in water rationing and phase 1 now and we go to phase 2 and God forbid phase 3, then obviously Edison's not going to be selling much water. So then are we going to full cycle back to another potential rate case where you're not selling enough water, your stakeholders want money, and now we're looking at getting our rates raised?
So, California utility rate making. Yes, that's how utility rate making works in California. The reason why the state does it that way is to promote conservation. California has the most conservation of any state because of that. So, yes, the rates may go up, but because the volume is less, the average bill is basically unchanged. You're paying more for less water, but the average impact to the normal, typical person, their average bill is generally remains unchanged. But that is California rate making, and it's simply to promote conservation. So if another thing you should understand is how utility rate making works. In other words, it's unlike any other business you or anyone else has, where if you sell more product, you make more money. That's not how utilities work. It's the only profit made in a utility. It's why you see our stocks are stable, you know, they don't go up and down, they're pretty flat, is because it's a very conservative business. It's very capital intensive. The only profit made by a utility in California is a percentage of 8 to 9% on the capital that we invest. That's it. Everything else is a direct pass-through expense with no markup. All the fuel, all the vehicles, the buildings, the wages, everything is a direct pass-through expense with not a dime of markup. The only profit made is 8 or 9% on the capital that we invest, meaning the new stuff, the new tanks, the new pipelines, the new wells, and all that kind of stuff. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, Leslie.
Leslie Warner, 306 Whitley. This has been very informative, but I still have a lack of understanding of the Stage 2 rationing protocol. Today I was investigating the Association of California Water Agencies and reading about other cities and how they're implementing Stage 2 and Stage 3 water rationing. And they are by a per person, per household rationing, which seems to take away the discrepancies that Jenny was talking about. Here she's been conserving to the max, and yet she's going to have to reduce. Whereas, so maybe her allotment will be 50 gallons a day, whereas somebody else over here didn't really care, and their allotment's going to be 100 gallons a day for the same amount of people per household. So I really don't understand this discrepancy and how that's going to work. And if you go to Santa Cruz and read about their water rationing, it's very enlightening. And just a side note, all over their website is all about water rationing, how much they have, what you have to do, very well laid out. 2 other questions. Is the hospital on water rationing? Are the schools on water rationing? And how is that going to affect the health of our community? And last one, Ron, when you were talking about the bedrock well, and I thought you said there were 2 steps. First was to test the well for quality and quantity, and then I didn't, you got sidetracked, and I didn't hear the second one, but I'm assuming that that involves many like environmental impact reports on the drilling of that well, what would happen to the whole area, and if there were any other details about that process that you could explain. Thank you.
So I'll take that last question first. And Yes, we intend to permit a test well, which is really just a slight expansion of the current hole that's there today, of which we tested a few years ago. It's a little more detail. We drilled a 4-inch hole down 350 feet or so, 4-inch hole. And because we wanted to validate what we believe was there, which was a bunch of water, we did. Now, the idea is to expand that 4-inch hole and just drill it out to 8 inches to be able to do some significant testing. And a couple of what we're testing for is whether, yes, there's water there and it's in the quantity and quality that we expect, but also to go through and understand whether there's any impact to the alluvial aquifer up top and the surface biology. We can't be pumping this well and kill all the plants and everything on the surface. There's also a downstream flow, so the water that flows under that reservoir and it ends up coming out down in the riparian habitat near Ben Weston. We're going to have to put flow meters down there and make sure we're not having an impact on that as well. So we understand all that, and that's all in this process. That's all the stuff that has to be looked at and evaluated to make sure that drilling into this new resource doesn't have any negative impacts on the environment.
So to answer your question about the hospital and the school, they will be giving a water allotment as well. And along with the variance process that I've mentioned several times, if we receive information that they have implemented all water conservation efforts and are unable to reduce to the water allotment, a variance will be considered. So, you know, if it's, when it comes to an issue of public safety, that becomes paramount in our variance evaluation process. As far as any type of rates for fire suppression, they are not impacted by the rationing. But the hospitals, the schools will be individually assessed through the variance process to see if an increased allotment is justifiable. And looking at the other cities that have implemented rationing, there's a number of different methods. I have seen some cities and municipalities, some counties that have implemented a % water rationing. It's all across the board. The rules that a lot of the municipalities follow aren't governed by the CPUC. They're governed by a different document. And so some of the guidelines are different for investor-owned utilities versus municipalities. But essentially the net rationing, for the most part, is between 25 and 50% on the rationing. So Santa Cruz has established a process to achieve that 25% rationing for the entire territory. Their next stage of rationing does impact then commercial customers. The stage they're in now is residential only. And looking at the water mix, the water use mix for Catalina, when you're in your summer peak months, between 56 and 60% of the water usage is from a commercial water meter, not a residential meter. We already know that our residents on the island are very frugal with their water. When we're trying to achieve a 20 or 25% net gain on our rationing, simply asking residents to conserve like Santa Cruz would not work. It would not be productive. It would put us into stage 3 rationing that much sooner. So it's really unavoidable that the commercial customers will have to share in the rationing for us to get that 25% net gain that we're hoping for. Can you repeat your question for me? So that would require us to have census data on how many residents were in your home at that time. From a data perspective, it's not practical to know who was abusing their water versus who was very conservative with their water. We see water consumption numbers, but I don't know if that was a family of 2 or of a family of 6. It'd be from a data perspective. We'd be at your home every year to assess how many people were living in your home, determining how many gallons per person per day you were utilizing, what conservation devices you had. Just from a data perspective, it would be almost impossible to have a system that took in those considerations for conservation.
So why couldn't the data be based on that? Just like the hotels, you say you have 50 rooms, this is how much we get for 50 rooms. In my house, we have 2 people, this is how much you're allowed. It's much more equitable.
Yeah, at this point in time, we're governed by the tariff and how it was written, and it was written that the most equitable way to do it was to use a baseline prior to entering stage 1 rationing. Had we...
I was going to point out, one of the reasons for that is so that we get into stage 1 and people don't start then using excess water to pump up their average, right? So it goes back to the period prior to the implementation. That was the purpose behind that rule.
And then I think if your household has changed dramatically, if you've had twins or a child or something, or have taken on parents that you're taking care of, that's what the variance request is for.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So through that process, we're going to try and make it as equitable as possible for the residents.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's almost like somebody who has an extra car. You kind of want to turn them in. Now you want to go, okay, well, there's 2 here, and I know Annie and Billy are only 2 people, and how much water do they get? And so I can see definite. Yeah, it's a shame they're not able to address it that way.
Hi, Rich Warner, 306 Whitley. Thanks to Ron and Jeff for medicine, for presentation. Thank you. And thanks to the council for asking the tough questions that we're all thinking. And I apologize, I spilled some water on me. I feel really guilty about it too.
Suck it up.
Seems like a lot of it focuses on the tariff. Like the tariff has a lot of these rules and regulations that a lot of us don't know or understand, or probably, I'm sure it's very legalese. Maybe, possibly, I'm sure we can get a copy of the tariff if we wanted. And then I'm sure the council is probably, if you haven't, I'm sure you're going to be thumbing over it like with a fine-tooth comb. But there's a lot of misconceptions of what goes on, and it causes rumors and misinformation, which isn't really good. For example, I think there was a letter to the editor from, I think it was an Island Company executive perhaps, that went on to allude that they own the water rights, or maybe I'm misquoting that, but which I didn't think they did. I thought Edison had the water rights. Certain pure parcels are excluded, is that correct? But very, very good. So that was one part of it. And then also, I think there was a statement also that by diverting a project, like I'm going to divert this project, which would have used so much water. So I'm going to divert these projects, which accounts to 25%. So since I'm not going to do these projects, that means I save my 25%, which doesn't make any sense to me, because I have a lot of projects I'm going to do, and I'll put them on hold if I can save 25% too. So that logic doesn't fly if that's the case. Perhaps you can clarify that. Because when it comes down to with the Island Company putting up the money, to drill this big well, it just gives the impression like here we're all in this together, trying to get it all going. And in years past, different administrations in the Island Company, they were all for this town. I think they built this town, pretty much. So when things were going on, they were a big contributor. But this gives the impression that, well, I'm going to pay the money. If I have the money, I'm going to drill it, and I'm going to take my money, my water, and go home. It's a little bit of a division. It doesn't bring us all together. It kind of divides it. So I don't really like that philosophy, and I don't like the way that's going, because it basically puts everybody, other business owner, at a disadvantage, because I'd love to drill a well on my property, but I don't think I'm allowed to. So we can clarify that perhaps. And then when you talked about the additional water resources, when you're in a phase 1 or phase 2, you can go to additional water sources to get the water if they don't have it. And I took that to believe in years past, because this isn't the first time we've been through this. I remember in the past times of phase 2 and even recently in phase 1, which we've been into quite a bit, the outside sources had to do, for example, at Packy's house, he had to put in a desal plant. I think Rocky had to put in a desal plant out at the laundry. So I take that as an outside source. I didn't know if, maybe you can clarify this, if the outside source is drilling a well into the aquifer that is somebody else's water rights. Is that an outside source, or is that taking, dipping into the till a little bit? So I didn't understand that part of it. Because, you mentioned that the phase 1, we've been in phase 1 almost repetitively. I mean, how many years now have been in phase 1 for, out of a large percentage of the last number of years out of the decade. It seems like in the past when we had the big phase 2, when I remember it, and we got the rain and it was all over, everybody forgot about it, but there was a long period of time went by before we even ever went back into a phase 1. Now, whether it's whatever you want to believe, what's causing the drought or whatever, it's real and it's happening, but it seems like we're in phase 1 a lot more than we were in the past. So, my concern is by drilling more wells and bringing more water, everything's based on the growth, how you can grow from the water. So if you keep growing and growing and growing, you're just going to keep using more water. At some point, I'm sure you're going to figure this out. It comes down to a lot of trust. We're trusting you to do this right thing. And we're trusting Island Company that they're in the right, to go on the right path. But it's a big step. It's a big leap of faith. Because we don't really know. We're just basically putting it all in your hands. And it comes down to the bedrock drilling. Is it an independent study, the initial study, or is it an in-house study? That was another question I had about that. And the other thing I don't understand is why are we not in a moratorium? I really don't get that. I mean, that was the first thing we did in the last water problems. Stop. Put a hold on it. These projects you can't keep. It doesn't make any sense to me. So I'd like to investigate that, or have you speak to that. And I don't know if it's optional or not, and I know it was brought up, Joe brought it up once before about dredging. I know there's a problem with what you dredge out becomes hazardous, but I don't know, based on your chart with the aquifers, if dredging the existing dam would actually have any benefit, even if it was an option. That was a question. And I also remember, in closing, the last time you talked about the advertisements and all this and being aware, and I know this sign is way outdated, and I know you post the numbers in the paper, but really the only thing I ever remember seeing in the paper, maybe I'm not paying attention, but you have a little thing that says, take shorter showers. I mean, that's been worn out. You need to get some fresh. I think you've talked about it, but one thing I was going to suggest, and I remember this because it was very much of an impact, on the stage during the phase 2, it was a big sign about the size of a sheet of plywood, and it had a thermometer on it. And the thermometer had the levels of water, and they equated to the phase that we're in. And aside from that was a little small verbiage that said, this is what happens in phase 1, this is what happens in phase 2. Now, the impact of that, when it was on the stage, visitors walk up and down Front Street how many times a day? They go down the end, they turn around, come back, and go back and do it again. And that thing just blares at you. You can't avoid it. It's an ongoing thing. It's not much. Maybe it's hokey, but it's visual. And I will say right now, if there's a funding issue, I will buy the plywood. I will pay Claudia Camby to make the sign. I'll front the money to put it on. I'll offer that to you. It's just a small thing to do. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Rich, that's great, thank you.
Thank you, Rich.
Okay, Rich, you're going to have to help me remember some of the questions you had. I'm going to try to answer all of them. First of all, don't believe everything you read in the newspaper. I have to unfortunately say, yeah, there were some inaccuracies there. Edison, just for the record, Edison does own all of the water rights on Catalina Island. The island company has rights to extract water around the ranch at Rancho Escondido in that general area for the purposes of two things: for irrigating crops and livestock. That's it. Now, if I need that water, if Edison needs that water to serve the island, we can impact their ability to extract that water. So that's how the water rights work. Okay? What was another one of your questions? Edison physically owns the dam, and the Conservancy owns all the land around it. Yeah.
Is that an adjudicated water right, Ron? Is that an adjudicated water right?
I don't know. This came from the contract when we took on the utilities in '62.
All right.
You talking water distribution?
Okay. So the study where we found the bedrock well, we brought in an internationally renowned hydrologist and geologist, and he studied the Middle Ranch watershed for about 2 years. And it's been the most thorough and exhaustive study ever done on that watershed. And I did that in 2008. We've shared the results of that with the city, the Conservancy, and the island company, and everybody else. And that's what was used to move to the next step to determine there's probably water down there. And that's how we found the bedrock well. So, we own all the water under the ground here. So this arrangement with the island company for this deep well is, they're going to drill it, but then we take the water and we serve it to the community.
Right, but in serving the community like it is now, but when they say they're going to take 50%, that seems like
That is part of the tariff rules that indicate when we don't have the resources to serve your desire for new development, you can create a new resource and get water for your development by doing so.
But my question was creating the resource.
Mm-hmm.
The resource they're creating, are they creating your resource that you already own? You already created, you own it. It's water.
The resource they're creating is the well. What they're creating is the well. There's a lot of money that needs to be invested to create that well.
So you could invest all the money yourself and drill the well without them if you have the ability to do it, right?
Yes.
So if a consortium of citizens got together in town and raised $2 million, or $2 million, not the island company, could we get 50% for the water?
So, in regards to the 50%, if they were going to drill a well, say there are new projects that they have lined up equal 50 acre feet, they could drill a well that would equal and produce 50 acre feet. They'd get all of it. That's the way it works. As it stands, they're going to drill a well that's going to produce far more than their needs, and we reap the benefits of that excess water.
So, but by that same logic, can we in the city of Avalon do the same thing?
Yes?
What if it doesn't rain? How soon is that aquifer going to cover that? I mean, what if we don't get rain for the next 5 years and we do this building because they've done this well? I mean, I've been through several water rationings before, severe ones in the 70s, and it's, like they said, like Jimmy said, they stopped the building process and all of a sudden it rains and every build, and now we're in a situation where we don't have enough water, and as businesses, we are going to
What I can tell you is based on the consumption rates we've had over the last couple of years, there's no water left in the safe annual yield. Therefore, if there's no rain, or even if we do get rain, there is not more water available to give away. Yes. Oh. We don't know for sure yet. What we do know is that water is 400 or 500 feet deep, and it's flowing by on a continual basis. For example, it's very dry out there right now in that watershed, but then you go down by Ben Weston, and it's green riparian habitat. And what that is that's that water making its way to the surface down there. So there is continuous water flows. What we don't know, and part of that test well, is to study the extent of that. So if we start pulling out water out of that 4-inch or that 8-inch hole, and all of a sudden that flow stops, we don't have what we think we have, and we have to reassess. Right. One of the other things we're studying is the impact to that alluvial aquifer. Okay, and so if we start pumping this bedrock well and all of a sudden the alluvial aquifer drops, we got to reassess. We don't anticipate that happening.
I don't know if we should all be standing up at the mic because the people at home aren't hearing us.
So you mentioned the drilling. So does the tariff state that it's just the island company gets to do this? I think it's not, because you said the city could do the same thing, make an agreement with you that they would pay the money to drill a well, and then the same rules would apply, right?
What we're following is the tariff rule that indicates if you have a development that needs water that I can't provide, then you can develop a resource and in sufficient quantities to cover your need. Okay? They're covering that need plus a whole bunch more.
I understand.
Okay?
But at what point is the water purveyor, if we put our trust in you as a water purveyor, and you have this kind of tariff with the PUC, at what point do you just become the water purveyor and you stop doing that and become a referee out there with the water wells of people drilling? I mean, it seems like this could get potentially messy. And I'm going to take my water and go home type of town. I think that's what
Well, I don't really, that's not what they're doing, is taking their water and going home. They're taking the water, they're providing a resource to cover their needs plus 3 times more at a minimum. And that's the only method in which we'd support someone drilling a well, is in the case where they had development needs that go beyond our available resources. That's what's in the tariff. And one of the other questions you asked is where the tariffs are. You can go to sce.com/Catalina, and I believe there's links to the tariffs there.
We'll also be sending out a hard copy with the letter for the rationing tariff.
Oh, sorry, Jim.
Yeah, I think you've heard me talk about that before. If you saw that graphic I put up there, right? There's some storage in that reservoir, but to us, it's really used as a visual indicator of what's in the aquifer. So you got to evaluate again the cost to dredge that and remove and eliminate all of that material at the cost of literally millions of dollars to do so. At what value? When really what you're doing is you've got a level gauge as to what's in the aquifer. So those millions of dollars are far better spent, according to the industry experts that we use, in drilling a new resource.
Okay, then drill a new resource.
Does it seem, and I think I understand this, the option of dredging seems like a great possibility if we have overflow of water spilling over the sides.
Right.
Okay, because then you're losing water
right.
when you really want to contain it. So if I understand it correctly, you have the reservoir, you have the alluvian aquifer, and then of course the bedrock. So the water that's in the reservoir is all part of what's in the alluvian aquifer as well.
Correct.
It's just you're seeing a pool of water above, which is giving you the level that we measure. But if you dredge that out, all you're then doing is just dredging into the alluvial layer, which the water's already in.
Right. And you were exactly right. The point at which you lose out by not dredging is at the point at which you're spilling over. And it's
Right.
very marginal on what you'd gain. And we don't spill over very often. We do. Right? If we were to get 10 inches of rain this month, we would fill that reservoir and spill over.
Perfect, thanks.
Mhm.
But doesn't the silt hold like 95% of the water? So I heard a few years ago that the silt holds a lot of water, and by dredging it, you wouldn't gain that much capacity.
Yeah, someone told me about how someone came up here one time and did that demonstration in an aquarium, right, where you put a brick in the aquarium and you see the impact to the level versus the silt in there, which does hold a lot of water. Yeah.
And to answer Mr. Warner, I think the example of the Allen Company now is the same example of Hamilton Cove. Hamilton Cove was directed by the city to go out and find natural water. After they spent $100,000, they couldn't find the natural water. Then they were given the approval to put the RO plant in, which was 130 acre feet. They're using about 45 acre feet. So we benefited, 80 acre feet from that, from their investment in the RO plant. So I think it's the
same exact situation. In fact, that contract I think you were asking for, this contract for this well is going to look almost identical.
I think what worries me is that as the previous 6 years, my experience as a planning commissioner, never could get an idea how many allocations that the Island Company has. It's been so many years. They've got this from here, they've got that from there. Times have changed. And as far as I knew a few months ago, we still had no real indication of what the allocations were the Island Company has. And so in a forward progressing development agreement, having a 20-year stake on water is very difficult when the same people are not involved 20 years and the same paperwork may not be available to look at, to review. So that's what my issue is with being beholden to someone else having so much right to the water, is can we put a time limit on how long they can have that allocation?
Absolutely, and that's why we're doing it that way. And as Joe alluded to, 5 years, that's an industry standard. We'll listen to arguments to, one way or another, but it's to put a short time limit on that.
Excuse me. Thank you, Ron.
John Council, 352 Catalina. I just want to remind viewers in the audience and just to remember that there's people at home trying to watch. And when we're having a dialogue exchanging back and forth between the seats and the podium, people at home can't hear the seat conversation, so they only hear what's going on the mic here. So just for that. I'd just like to get on the record. There was some, I think Wayne asked a question earlier about maybe the increasing the capacity or the allocations for discharge of brine water from the RO system, reverse osmosis desal plant, and maybe that could increase our yield. There's technologies now, today versus what was, invested in from the Hamilton Cove project years ago into the RO system here. There's technologies available today that are much less expensive. Desalinated water production is the most expensive form of water production there is. It's a very expensive process. So that's why they don't like to run it all the time and everything, like when they were talking earlier about it. And the reason is it's an expensive way to produce water. Technologies available today are much more efficient and less costly to produce the yield. So if we get to a stage where we need to reinvest in something to produce water for ourselves, because we don't have the scientific data to support that this well can be drilled and that there won't be some type of environmental impact yet. We don't know that information. And so that can't be looked at right now as the end all or the absolute solution to everything, because we simply don't know. So if we do get in a situation where we have to rely on different types of technology to produce our water, would it not be wise to look for the best systems available today instead of sort of leaning on antiquated technologies that really aren't the most cost effective for us, and look for better, I think maybe Lisa had mentioned to be a little more proactive in what we do, so we look at the best technologies available to us at the time and then invest in that. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense.
Do you have an idea of what the best systems are?
Well,
or
I mean, there's
any other systems?
Well, there's lots of different types of systems, but if you look at cruise ships, for instance, or a lot of major municipalities around the world, places like Manila or Singapore, where they've got huge population bases, not a lot of freshwater resources, or especially in the Middle East, they'll use evap systems where they actually boil seawater and then evaporate it out. You know, in basic terms, it's sort of like a still. But that technology, because they evaporate, or they're evaporating the water, but they can create a vacuum on that, so you can actually boil the water at a much lower temperature than you normally would, like on your stovetop at 212 degrees. You can boil water at a much lower temperature, so it takes much less energy, and then you're basically running something like a still. Cruise ships use it for populations that are on their ships that sometimes in excess of 2,500 people on a sailing, maybe as much as 3,000 people. So that's almost as many people on a ship as we have in our town. And they're producing enough water for those people to take endless showers and drink as much and play as much and play in the pools and all the stuff that they need for fresh water. And they do that. So, I mean, those technologies exist, and that's how they go about doing it. We're already, in order to run our desal plant right now, we have to bring another diesel generator online in order to run it. Is that correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
300 kW run that. So.
Do we not bring another one when we're running that? Do we?
If we're not running one at full capacity, no.
Okay. Well, but it takes a substantial amount of power to run it, and they're producing exhaust anyway when we're running that diesel generator, so it's producing heat. So I mean, you could still capture the heat off of running that machine or produce electricity to create heat. And you know, trying to get away from using a lot of diesel, that would be the best advantage here. But if you have to, you're still producing heat, or you can produce heat with the electricity, and then you can boil water, but you can boil it at a lower temperature. That's one system. But if you get online and you start doing your research on how cities around the world deal with these same kind of problems, there's great technologies that are out there. My point being is that if we're going to invest in something, let's try and get the best technology that's the least expensive and the most yield that we can get.
That's a great point, and we might want to consider sending some people from the city of Avalon to places to find out exactly how they produce water. Like I met some people from Riyadh. It was Saudi Arabia. It's 100 miles from the ocean. They said there's a whole town, but there's a whole town that is dedicated to their water making. It's not somewhere, it's away from their from Riyadh itself, but it's 100 miles from the ocean, and they make all their water pumped in from the ocean in this facility. And maybe it would be interesting for us to see exactly, or visit somewhere that's in a reasonable distance from Avalon, that we can find out firsthand exactly the efficiency of how cities, aircraft carriers, submarines, cruise ships, how maybe we can get on a cruise ship and talk to some of the engineers.
I think a lot of that information is available online. I mean, you don't necessarily have to do a lot of traveling. You can, do a lot of emailing and a lot of Skyping and things like that even save those costs. I mean, you can get on PowerPoint presentation meetings and talk with people really anywhere in the world today. So you don't have to hop on a plane all the time. So it can be instantaneous, and you can set it up if you really want to. And those great technologies are there as well. So
That's
all right,
absolutely
thank
true.
you.
Thank you, John.
Anybody else
Always
in the audience?
interesting.
Jenny Armstrong, 73 Gaviota. You're talking about these tariffs. I never heard of these before today, but who creates the tariffs? Is that like a rubric for how things operate?
It's the California Public Utility Commission creates the tariffs.
They're the rules in which the regulated utility must operate, and that goes for the electric utility, the water utility, and the gas utility.
Do the tariffs vary from place to place?
Yes, they do. So when Jeff talked about how some of the other communities are handling rationing and their rules are slightly different based on their communities, yeah, there are differences. Now, we all use guidelines, however, from people like the Public Utilities Commission, but there are variants.
Because it almost seems to me like the people that write the tariffs are kind of blaming them for the situation that we're in, if you kind of get what I mean. Like, we have to do what the tariff says, but they sort of created it, as I understand it. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think the people have a say, and I mean, tariffs require public hearings, and so certainly we have the opportunity to go and speak our mind. And that's what I kind of alluded to earlier, is perhaps it's time for some tariff reform.
From comments I'm hearing, I think some people are of the opinion that the island company is going to take 50% of this newfound water and somehow hold on to it for their own use forever. And my understanding is that's not what is happening at all. It's very much like Hamilton Cove, as Councilmember Olson said. The island company has a fixed number of projects that they want to build. And those projects are going to take X amount of water. And they're willing to drill a well that ultimately is going to produce way more water than what they need, so that they can have access to the amount they do need for their projects when they go to the Planning Commission. So I just, from some of the questions we were getting, it's not that the island company is going to own 50% of the water. It's that they need that water to be able to get the building permits from the Planning Commission in order to move forward with their projects. And in the process of finding that much water, they're actually going to find twice that much. And the community will have access to the excess. And it's exactly what happened at Hamilton Cove. They were ultimately asked to buy a desal plant that was twice as big as what they needed to satisfy their building. And in exchange, Edison located it at Edison's facility and operates it and maintains it. And so it was a win-win. And that's kind of how I see this new well. It's a win-win for everybody.
I think for the short term, you're absolutely right, Wayne. I think it would be, I understand and respect the fact that if I want to build, I got to go find water. That's fair. I get that. But we all know that projects change. The island company has a tendency to change their mind on what they want to do, or this project maybe isn't going to go this year, or, you know, maybe we're going to do it in 5 years. And I'm just suggesting that we look at an alternative way to find water without being beholden to somebody who has provided that water to us. And if the island company wants to develop and they want to find water, I get it, I understand it, and I'm not against the development. I'm against being here in 10 years and saying, well, we have all this water, we provided this water, and we have this allocation. That's the piece that I think people are very worried about, because we don't know where we're going to be in 10 years. And if they do all of this development and other people do development, we're dipping into that other 50%, how long is the water that's currently in this new well going to last?
Well, and so that begs another question. And if the only way an investor-owned utility like Southern California Edison Company makes money is by investing capital in a system, and we now find ourselves in repeated droughts, and by your own admission, we've been in phase 1 rationing 25% of the time for at least the last 9-10 years. Why isn't Southern California Edison Company investing in additional water capacity for this island?
So being in stage 1 rationing 25% of the time, by the way, is not unheard of in the industry. If you never, ever reach stage 1 rationing, you can be viewed as investing too much capital. And, of course, again, we take profits from that. The fact that we're there 25% of the time, if you talk to the California Rural Water Association, is right on target. It's very reasonable. And yes, we are foregoing profit by allowing the island company to do this. in the best interest of the ratepayers of the island. Because if I had to do it and I invested, I make a profit and I charge you all for it. In this case, we're not paying for it.
$2 million would return $175,000 a year.
So, Ron, you were saying earlier, if that all goes through and the water's allocated, after 5 years, it just goes back into the pool, and they have no say-so, correct?
Right. It's available to everybody.
It's available to everybody.
Right.
It's not their water anymore. After 5 years, it goes back into the pool, and it's distributed out to the city, correct?
Right. So, Councilmember Cassidy, I know your concerns because it wasn't done that way 20, 30 years ago.
Right.
Right? We're not going down that path again. So there's going to be a strict time limit of which they have availability to up to half of that. That's it.
Okay.
That was my understanding.
Yeah.
But also, we get a swipe at them too through the DDA, the development agreement.
Right.
So we have a chance to impose our own conditions upon their development as it relates to solid waste, as it relates to salt, as it relates to sewer. So this is not stamping the project approved at this time. This is taking one of the blocks, one of the steps in the way, which is a water step.
Right.
We still have to.
You got a lot of
The rest
other
the
things
steps.
to consider besides the water, right?
How are we doing?
Are we done with that horse?
Go ahead, Joe, and then.
We're still banking on the fact that we're depending on this well actually producing what you say it's producing, and then the test, like Ms. Bombard said, she did mention a point. There's a chance this well could go dry as well, and then we're stuck with some development projects on the table that we can't quite provide the water for. So, I mean, but we're going to optimistically, we're going to look at things optimistically. Yeah, this well's going to work. We're going to find it. And we're going to agree that in some point it's going to be a good thing to do, or it's not going to be a good thing to do, and we're not going to do it. Either way, it all depends on whether or not the well produces for us. And the test period and the test well will prove that, right?
It will, and understand that those projects that are driving this well won't be approved until we're guaranteed that there's a reliable water source there.
Excellent. Yeah, it's really, really complex. And there's a lot of factors that go in to testing the well. And we're talking, this is not weeks. This is probably not months. It's probably longer.
Okay.
Our original estimate to permit the production well was a year. We think that the test well we can get through quicker than that, based on the fact that we've already drilled it at a 4-inch hole a couple of years ago.
We really want to thank you. I think the community wants to thank you. I'm not going to apologize at all for the meeting to go this long, because there are people in the community who have been wanting to sit here and to hear Edison and hear you speak and answer their questions. I'm sure they're still going to come back with more, but I think this was a great first start at open communication and us just dialoguing, and I really, really appreciate you coming. We all do, and I'm sure the community does too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thanks.
Nice job.
Let's take a break.
A couple minutes for break. Thank you. I don't think we have to vote on it. I think we just do it. There's a thought, since we are at such a late hour, that we do have a meeting we're already planned for tomorrow at 9 to finish our priorities and goal setting. So I would like to know if it's the wish of the council to carry the rest of the items over to that 9 o'clock meeting tomorrow.
And I should add that if we were going to do that, Mayor, we would post on the outside of the door as required by the Brown Act. And of course, the meeting would be, as tonight, open to the public. Same format as always.
So are we doing the balance of the agenda before we do the goal setting?
That would be the recommendation.
Yes.
With the one exception that we would have to open item number 7 because it's been noticed as a public hearing, and then adjourn that specific item over to tomorrow morning.
Well, do we want to just take item number 7, the public hearing, and then?
Again, it's up to you.
I think that's largely procedural if you wanted to do that.
That's logical? Is that what you just said?
It's procedural, so it's not, I mean, Mr. Flynn has been patiently waiting, but
He's here.
he loves the dialogue.
Okay, so let's go to, I'd like to open the public hearing on item number 7.
What? Okay, do I have to add this in right now? Because item number 5, I'd also like to, if we can't, if Captain Federall's here tonight, and that's something that I want to make sure he's here when we discuss that, and can we do that tomorrow, or can?
He's 24/7, so he's ready anytime.
He'll do it tomorrow.
That's okay? All right. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, then I'd like to open the public hearing, the third amendment to the development agreement with Hamilton Cove LLC. I'd like to open it for public comment.
I'm more here just to answer any questions you may have. But just to kind of do just a brief overview of what this is about. Back when we entered into the development agreement initially, we had 65 condominiums that were supposed to be replacing the pads that are out in Hamilton Cove today. We marketed them for a year and had virtually no response. What we did is that we went to a villa product, which is a single-family home in a much smaller footprint, and they're detached units, same number of units on the same area. And so that's what was approved by Planning Commission. So we've gone from 12 condos to 12 villas. It's kind of a test market item, and that's where we're seeing how the market absorbs those particular units. Seems to be a lot of interest in them. So that's kind of, we may never build another condo in Hamilton Cove again. It may just be all this villa product. But it's very similar. It's just detached. What happens is on the slopes of the hills, those pads, as you've all seen every time you go in and on the boat, they're there. And the slopes, I didn't grade. I didn't put the streets in. We're dealing with what's existing condition today. The condos that go up the hill from the bottom are done on a 2250, I believe, elevation. It's probably in here. And what happens is on the single-family homes, when we did the regular estate lots, which are much bigger lots in a different location, we had an 1840 elevation envelope to them. So what I did is I went back to the Planning Commission and asked for that 2250 elevation to be adopted for these particular villas, and it was approved. So according to Scott, what we need to do is we need to make that entry into the development agreement, and that's what the amendment is before you today.
It's basically, the height approved in the development agreement was one height for condos and another height for single-family homes. And so the Planning Commission granted a variance to allow the single-family homes to occupy the same height envelope as the condos that were no longer being built and were being replaced by homes. So it's actually a lesser total overall impact because there's less units there. But the development agreement itself has a requirement. If it's a single-family home, it's the lower height. And so the purpose of this agenda item is to adjust the development agreement to what the Planning Commission had approved.
Exactly.
But did you just say that's an equal amount of condo to house swap?
Right now, in the original agreement, we had two product types. We had condominiums, and then we had single-family homes. The single-family homes were on quarter-acre lots. They're much bigger, much larger homes. When we went to replacing a detached product on the condominium lots, obviously you can't you're not putting a larger footprint on it because it's only so big. Mm-hmm. So what happens is that these are 2,500 to 3,000 square foot buildings and decks versus the other ones which are 5,000 or 6,000 square feet. So it's an apple and a grapefruit. So I mean, it's not even in the same ballpark. So what we did is that to honor, if you went and you actually build the 1840 up on top of the hill, which this was talking about, you'd have this dwarfed thing up on top of the hill because it wouldn't fall. It wouldn't be homogeneous with the rest of the project. It would look ridiculous. So that's why we went back and looked at it to make it so that it all worked the same. So that's all.
But I think to answer the mayor's question, I think you were talking about the number of occupants from the prior to this proposal, and it would be less occupants under this proposal for the same footprint. I think that's, am I understanding this correctly?
On the same footprint, it would be less.
Yeah, because you're only building one single family home versus several condominiums on the same site. So it's actually the overall
density is the same for the project. But on this particular plot, it's less number of units.
This is just on the existing footprints, the
Yeah.
pads.
For example, the existing pads were 5 condominiums. We're putting 2 villa products, 2 single-family homes.
But the undeveloped rest of the area.
We'll have
keep
more.
If the single family will keep the 1440s. It won't be the 20 to 50 for everything up there.
No.
Correct. This is just for these parcels.
Right. I'm good.
And of course, because this is history for people like you would know, so the water allocation was based on every one of those units. I mean, the D-cell plant when it was built was, should there be full occupancy up there? I mean, everything built up.
Correct. And we have the same, and one thing that Ron did allude to tonight is that when you go into a phase 2 or phase 3 water rationing, then your water allocation goes on pause until you work out the water situation. So we're in the same boat as everybody else.
Okay.
So if there's no water, we can't move forward. So.
All right. Do you build and then sell, or do you get money and then build? How does that work?
I get money and then I build.
Okay.
He gets a contract and then he builds.
Actually, it's a variation. A lot of these are build-to-suit. They're people that, a lot of them already live in Hamilton Cove that are interested. Most of these are people on the weekends that are here, not necessarily full-time residents.
Right.
You have cisterns in any of your units?
I'm sorry?
You have cisterns in any of your units to accommodate some of the water?
I do not, but we're looking at, I've been here now 20 years. Somebody reminded me of that the other day. And through all of this, many, many years ago, we've had these conversations about water. And I hope that one of the things that comes out tonight is everybody threw out a bunch of good ideas. And we need to come up with a water system for the city that works. It's not just a well, and it's not just a reverse osmosis machine, and it's not just desal. It's all of it. And no, we don't have them in them, but we're looking hard at them. So.
Yeah, that's great. And I understand, and I can see that the ground underneath these units is very uneven, and they're probably all different as well. So not one type of tank would work. Ladder systems, whatever. But anything you could do to help us out there would be helping yourself, because it would make you look better, and it would make us let these plans slide through a lot easier if we knew that you guys had a 1,000-gallon holding tank under each house to irrigate your landscape outside. Anyway, it's just a little something.
One of the things we are looking at is we've reduced dramatically down the landscaping around these. So on the new design, it's hard surface decks and a lot of hard surfaces versus a lot of plant material. So
looks really nice.
Okay, other comments? And we close the public hearing. And what is the pleasure of the council?
I'm going to make a recommendation that we approve.
This would be if the appropriate motion, because one of the weird quirks in California law is that this has to be an ordinance. So you have to adopt an ordinance approving the amendment to the development agreement. And since this is the first ordinance with the new council, the way an ordinance is done is you have to have 2 hearings on an ordinance. The first hearing is called, you introduce the ordinance and you have the first reading of it, which means you have to read every single line of the ordinance. Now, you do have the option of waiving all readings of the ordinance, which means that your city attorney does not have to read every line of the ordinance.
Or the city clerk.
Or the city clerk. And so the motion is to introduce and waive all readings of an ordinance approving the third amended development agreement between the City of Avalon and Hamilton Pacific LLC. If that motion is...
So moved.
Okay. And then if that motion is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. If this motion is passed, then at the next meeting, the second reading of an ordinance, you've already introduced it at the first meeting, so the second time is the adoption of the ordinance. You don't have to do the reading because you waived all readings this time, and so usually the second time an ordinance comes before you, it'll be on the consent calendar because you've already had the public hearing for the first time, you've had your discussion, you've talked about it, and so next time you see this item, it's the same item, it's on the consent calendar because California law says you got to read it twice.
Okay. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Okay. Well, so I now believe we'll adjourn till tomorrow morning?
What?
Well, is there a motion?
Oh, we decided not to, we didn't do that yet, no. No. Go ahead. Well, what did I mess up?
You're gonna get 3 or 4 more items, right?
We were talking about doing those tomorrow.
Some of us have things to do.
That's true too.
Well, we have a meeting scheduled at 9 o'clock tomorrow, which is the second part of our goal setting, and we have, potentially, I don't know how much time allotted for that.
There's 2 hours allocated, and I would offer that I think that you could probably get through the bulk of tonight's fairly quickly and still have ample time to do some good work on your brainstorming.
Finish by 11?
Yep. That's one man's opinion.
I can hold you that.
We have to finish by 11. I think several of you have commitments, and so I think that we
do.
Yeah.
I have commitments.
Yep. We're
I'd like
committed
to at least do the consent calendar,
Right,
and then perhaps I would be interested in carrying over the general business to tomorrow.
Consent calendar, I'd like to talk about that anyway.
Okay.
Okay, on the consent calendar?
Yes, Mayor, on the consent calendar, you have 3 items this evening. You have actions from the, oh, no, you don't, pardon me, never mind, you do not. Item number 2, expenditures, warrants in the amount of $961,000, payroll in the amount of $188,000 approximately, and EFT in the amount of $48,000 for a grand total expenditure amount of $1.2 approximately $1 million. You also have an emergency change order for the Lower Terrace Road project related to deteriorated utilities that we've encountered while under construction at that site.
Where's Dennis?
I'd like to pull 3 and just talk about it real quick.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to pull 3.
Sure.
But Dennis is not here.
Dennis is not here, but Scott and I can certainly speak to this one. We've talked to him about this.
Oh, you
length.
did? Right.
Yes.
But I just had a couple of questions on how we are time-wise about getting it all, getting everything with the blacktop and that. I know we got these underground utilities. We have lights that probably going in there.
What he told me was that until he has a good scope of what the deterioration is exactly, he is not willing to give a timeline. He's being very conservative. However, I will direct Dennis to give it his best guesstimate, and we won't hold him to it if he's off by a couple weeks.
So with that being said, is all the plumbing and everything all done already? I mean, the changing of some pipe, is that also?
They're inspecting just how bad the pipe is that they've
Okay.
encountered at this point. It's the saltwater lines that he's really
Right, I know
worried
they have
about.
some issues with some of the stuff in the saltwater and stuff.
Yeah, but I will tell Dennis tomorrow morning that we need plus or minus a couple weeks, some type of guesstimate as to what he thinks it's going to be.
Wasn't it the end of this month that was supposed to be?
Originally, yes.
Well, I guess we're a little closer.
I did do a field trip with Dennis last week, and that was one of the places we spent quite a bit of time. And they are, the crew, Boulder Construction, is continuing on. They've dug out a portion of the road today for the little culvert that's going to go in for the drainage. So they're still continuing with the project, even though the city's working on the other pieces of it.
We will get council an update no later than the council update this week. If not, Dennis can probably work out something while we're in our meeting tomorrow morning. I bet we could probably get him to do that. So, done.
And my question on that, I'm sorry, did you have another one? Oh, my question on this one was very maybe easy. While before we pave, we're trying to do as much as we possibly can,
Correct.
which I'm greatly impacted by the construction, and I'm perfectly okay if it takes 2 months more, 3 months more, if it means getting everything done. But do we need to look at any water reclamation there before we, any options before we go further, before we put down asphalt?
Sorry, water reclamation as it relates to...
Well, where the drainage is going now, is there any way to...
Oh, looking at where the, just trying to
looking at
retain
some
the water.
possibilities?
Why don't I talk to him about that as well?
Okay, that'd
Sure.
be great.
Mhm.
I'm going to make a motion on 2 and 3 to approve.
Second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
All eyes.
Okay.
So we've gone through the consent calendar at this point, and what's the pleasure of the council? Are we going to continue until tomorrow's session and tackle this first and then go into brainstorming? What would the council like to do?
Works by me.
I'd like to continue, finish this, and then go to the brainstorm. I would like to do that tomorrow.
You'd like to finish tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, we have 2 tomorrow.
And for
Okay, so then the appropriate motion would be to adjourn the balance of the agenda items on this meeting until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, where that meeting will be an adjourned regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in, press your
So good
buttons.
having you here.
Do they have to vote
We
on
gotta
it?
vote?
Yeah.
Cindy?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Richard?
All eyes.
Let's fall
See
asleep.
you all tomorrow morning.
Let's fall asleep.
Meeting's adjourned, thank you.
So all we need to do is we need to take this agenda.